Hey Gab, I was just thinking about this with Kamakura. Like they played exactly what they wanted to play, right? So like what are we doing today? Giant X or Gentlemans? Giant X, A Deluxe, Gentlemaids. Giant X or Gentlemaids. We should summon Jeta. Should we ask on Discord? Let's see. Oh shit. We're doing Giant X and Gentlemaids, possibly Fnatic. Let me think. Thursday. Thursday. What's the actual schedule for so I need to get Vitality done sooner than later. Probably. Although I guess it doesn't matter. We prep everything. It doesn't matter what days we do stuff. It depends what day I just figure out what days I'm doing work and what days I'm not, I guess. And what I'm doing on certain days so I can figure out what I actually need. That would be smart, wouldn't it? Would you prefer I do Gentlemaids or Giant X? Whoever's here right now. Also, I should get up YouTube chat. Hello, Mix. I'm sorry. I neglect the YouTube chat a lot, but I'll keep you in the corner. I'm not interested in Giant X. JT's in scrims. I'm not interested in Giant X either. But I kind of got to do it, don't I? How am I and what like each day? Okay, so I woke up. I got out of bed at about 10. And I had to go. I rented some paddle rackets, so I had to go walk for like 40 minutes to go put back the rackets. And then I went to the gym. So I actually haven't eaten enough today. But I have a protein yogurt, protein bar, and then I'll get some protein shake in a sec. We'll do Giant X first. The only thing with Giant X, I don't think I casted their games, so I have no prep. So I actually have to watch their games a bit harder. The question I have for you guys is, what were their expectations pre-kickoff? Because I think that their expectations pre-kickoff were higher than what I think they should have been. Do we think they get out of this group? They beat Apex. Do they beat Navi? If Navi lose to Giant X, then they need to make roster changes. Is my call. Both the French teams are 1 and 2 in EMEA. Did you watch Casey actually play the game? Because I don't. Like, what are you talking about? Hey, Cal. I have watched. I have done Casey right. I hold Casey to a higher standards than what they finished. And they did have a. I don't know. They lost to Giant X though. What are their goals for this year? Like, I put that as their like biggest goal. Like, try to qualify for one international. Like, sneak. Like, they're sneaking one. Sneak. Like, that would be their goal, right? I don't think they can expect much more than this. How do they hit their goals? What is how do we think about Giant X as a team historically? Like, we think about it as like Pipson's team, right? That's the way I think about it. To me, they've always just played like an honest European style of Valorant, but never really. To be blunt about it, I've never been too excited to watch them play. But like, how do you make that into a narrative? Like, what is their team? What is their identity as a team been and is right now? Like, what is it? To me, it's just very It's just very. It's the most. They're the most. They might be the most standard team of all time, apart from playing double duelists sometimes. What does European style of Valorant even mean? It means that they have a coach with a vision and a structure. They lean it onto protocols and strategy. You can clearly tell they don't play like APAC. Can we make a goal for them to differentiate themselves as a unique team? I guess the first question though is like, what is their identity though? Like, am I being mean? Like, I don't really know what their identity has been. I could be wrong. To me, it's like honest, just some honest standard Valorant. Maybe this is how they hit their goal, is push beyond the honest standard Valorant style. Maybe? Is that, I mean, it's a very, it might be a hot take. Because I wouldn't say this meta is like really that open, but it's far more open than it has been. There's definitely strong agents that you could like lean into. Like if you really love Vice, you could play Vice every map. If you like Terror, you play for Terror every map. If you really loved Deadlock right now, like you know, I know some people are going to say it's optimal, but if you really loved it and had a player who was really good at it, then you could lean into it if you wanted to. Like T1 just played double duelist the entire time. I'm not saying that you should, but like at least they found a thing, I guess. Because right now they're just a bit like, is milk toast is that the right frame? Milk toast? No, milk toast isn't the right word. Maybe bland. But we'll watch some VODs because I could be wrong. I think that Pipson has a very like a very set way of playing the game, and he knows what he wants. But I don't always, yeah, I'm not always sure. GX are like Foot, but a bit worse. No, I don't see them like Foot. Foot and GX play very different Valorant. Foot play way wonkier. Foot have their own style. I could immediately tell you, if if you didn't tell me a team was Foot and you showed me a VOD, I think I could tell it would be Foot over Giant X, or like I tell you like the team is playing more like Foot than Giant X. You know what I mean? Like I could figure that out. Foot don't play with recon agents a lot of the time. They play a lot with like KO. They play a lot on contact. They play a lot on defense to never play retakes. They're going to hard hold sites for their aim. Like Giant X are the opposite, really. They're going to play a bit more like try not to play too much hard holding. Try to play some retakes sometimes. They're not as confident to just dry take space. Like they are a little bit more disciplined, but also probably at times too strategically disciplined and get a bit like nervous maybe, whereas Foot won't ever get nervous in those ways. I could be wrong, but again, I need to check VODs. I think it's like, how do we phrase this? Like, Stamps. Like, I don't want to say like Pipson needs to do something big this year, but like, I think it would be nice. Like, I think it's hard for Giant X to just continue being mediocre. They did qualify for champs one year, didn't they? Last year? They did qualify for champs last year, so I think that was pretty big for them. But they qualified. I mean, they did actually not qualify last seed as well, right? They did, but they just barely made it through, right? Wasn't it like 4th seed? Wait, is it long-term IG at this point? It feels like he's been the IG for a while, right? He's star player of team, like, really? Oh yeah, Redcar was. Well, I mean, okay. Transitioned to IGL. He's genuinely the star player of the team to me. But like, Propo did decent on Rays. But like, yeah. Players, am I gonna be really mean here? To me, Runner Runner has been a bit middle of the road for my liking for a while. And Tamazi, I think people think can hit higher highs, but has also been a bit middle of the road for my liking. I think Purpo is vastly inconsistent, and I know that his skill ceiling is way higher than what he's played for years now. And Westside was one of the rookies coming up to tier 1 that a lot of people wanted on their team, and he's done okay, but it's not great, is it? It's not great. So there's a lot of individual, like, I have to watch the VODs, but individually, I do put a lot of question marks on this team. I think other people looked at this team and thought this is a fantastic team that's been put together, and I looked at it and thought, I think there's a lot of problems potentially. This is fully legal, absolutely legal. Why would I need to pirate stuff? Absolutely legal. Tomazi's last year I thought was pretty good. I thought he was good in moments, but then overall, didn't he get? You could argue that Casey roll fucked him, from what I remember, and he was better on Sentient when he got put on Smokes? Question mark. He was flat. Yeah. Didn't Purple do really good at the end of last year? Potentially. Did he do good at the end of last year? He went plus 19 against Navi. I mean, they're just losing every game, bro. Like, he went plus 19 in one game and wasn't able to do anything in any other game that I saw there. But how do I set that as a narrative? Because I don't know if the analyst desk agrees with me there, like, or if anyone generally agrees with me that, like, I don't want to go out and like flame, but like, I don't see some of these players as the players that like. I don't see them as the 5th place team, partly because of that. Purple. How do you spell Tomazi's name? Tomazi. Like Cloud, isn't the narrative around Cloud as people still like I rate him very highly, but I don't think he's had, like, I didn't think he had a amazing 2024, did he? I thought his 2023 was phenomenal from what I remember. Like, none of these games he's like popping off. It is kind of hard to pop off when your team's just doing middle of the road stuff, though. He's consistently like above average, and this is all kick up. Oh no, it's not. Like, he's not been like to me, Cloud, Shao, and Leo were like the monsters of the recon in like 2023 kind of era, 2022, 2023. And I think that, yeah, I don't think that Cloud has been at that same level for a little bit. Does anyone disagree with anything I'm saying so far, or think I'm being too mean? Okay, they played Vice twice. there. It's like that. Is if you were to like give a name for each of these comps, like I'd say this is the standard Biden comp. This is the like with Astra. This is the standard Haven comp. This is probably a device here is a slight meta change here. Like this isn't that standard. This is kind of unique. It doesn't look amazing though. Like I look at this comp and I'm not like, I'm a bit like, There's like playing Sky is not great. Like of all the maps to play Vice on, Split. Fracture, this is like the most standard thing possible. Pearl, this is like the most standard thing possible. And Lotus, this is the like upgraded version of this complete standard kind of composition you'll see. So it's kind of like, it is just standard, isn't it? Hey Saint. Hey Anima. You watching GC later? I'm gonna maybe. I'm not committing to anything. Probably not. Maybe. I want to get my prep done first. Map pool. Right, let me just quickly look at their veto and figure out that map pool. I guess questions so far is that I know Pipson likes to talk, so maybe is there any other questions I'd have for this team? Like what? Alright, let's have a look at the map pool. GX, KC, BBR. I mean, they're also banning the new map, like one of the new maps as well. It just feels like they're behind. They're behind. Right? If I'm going to be really brutal, like they don't have anything fresh. Like they don't play Abyss, which is the newest map. They play standard comps. And historically, they did copy a lot of Fnatic stuff. Like, their Split was Fnatic comp. Their Lotus was fairly, like, their own thing, from what I remember. But I do distinctly remember there was a couple of maps where they would just copy stuff we did. Runner's role swap was a question mark. I don't... What, because he's not playing a duelist? What did he play for? Sentinel? How can you go by copying the best teams? Can you go to any internationals? Yes, you can. If you really understand what if you were to break down on every map what you thought the best team was doing, or the team that played the map the best, you should say, because sometimes the team that is the best on the map isn't always the team that's playing the map the best. They might just be like, you know, if you've got Dirk on your team for like Icebox, there might be times where it's like, I still do think that we played the map really well, but like, I'm trying to say that like, not everyone could do what Dirk does in some of those moments. So like, it might not be the best example. Although I think that me using that example is kind of bad, because I do think if you copied what really we were doing on like back in that day, it was probably better than what most teams are doing anyway. So like if you were to copy what what the actual best team was, how the teams that played the map the best on every map, you would probably end up in a situation where you're good at every map. But some people don't realize just what teams are playing the maps the best. Just because a team's winning on the map all the time doesn't mean they're the best on the map. I don't think that double duelist is a great look for this team. I think if Runner was, I don't think this team would be saved by Runner playing duelist. Like I would not, like I would be flaming if they were playing double duelist, I think. I mean, T1 used Reyna because they didn't know how to play the map. It was their bad map. I mean, to be fair, this is good for them, right, though? The fact that Abyss is at their pool is good. This is a good narrative, actually. I think this is a narrative that I don't think that many people would be able to make. That Ascent Icebox is great for Pipson. Historically, Pipson's teams have always been decent on these two maps. Like, I do think that he's always had a good Ascent since like 2021 and 2022. And Icebox, he has coached teams that have been phenomenal as Icebox at times. Like the G2 Triple Santi was during the Pipson era. The only thing I would say is that Bind is generally a map that Pipson did like back in the day, but I think these two historically have been good maps. I don't know if Giant X have played them well recently, but I do think that I mean, they're 52 for 22. That's 70% win rate on this map. Like, this ain't bad. This ain't bad for Giant X, right? This ain't bad. 70% on Icebox as well. This ain't bad. So I think this is a good pool for Pipson's team. Would you not caveat that with the expectation that Ascent and Icebox are expected to have quite different metas, and Pipson has shown the ability to develop the meta recently? I mean, of course, there'd be some caveat, but like if you understand how the theory of the map works, it's usually the theory of the map that you're looking at and not the, I would argue that like there has... I don't think that these two maps are going to change wildly in terms of like how they should be played, the underpinning of it all, just because you have different agents, if you know what I mean. And they're very standard maps. They're the most standard maps in the pool, really, like how you're supposed to play them. Like they are the most, quote, solved, I guess, is what people say, in terms of map theory. So I do think it suits them, even if people are playing Teo. Like this is This is the most positive thing I can say. I think I'll go back during my notes at some point and just highlight what I should actually bring up on like deaths and shit. Because like this is a good point. This is the kind of point that I don't think many people can make. Because it's like I've known Pipson for a long time. Like I've had to anti-strat this shit for a long time. So they like Lotus. They like Fracture. I have to check quickly to see what the results are on these maps, just to see if I'm. Are they not picking into Fracture because TL looked too for it? This is what I'm gonna do that work now and look at it quickly. But this is my, if I was to look at this, I write this down just because of this. And then I'm gonna look at the actual results and just see what how it actually seemed to pan out, you know? If I was anti-strat a team properly, I would I would spend a lot of time thinking about this stuff. Their bind is very strong. To almost beat KC, which was their best map by far, that their bind, I'm gonna put bind number 3 for the moment. And you gotta remember, like, for a lot of this information is never even gonna come up. So it's like I can't be 100% correct about everything. As long as the vibe is correct. I'm gonna put Split as their 6th map. I don't think you can play Split with that comp and be good, to be honest with you. And be super good anyway. Lotus Pro. I mean, they got slapped on Pro though, but BBL are good. So I'll put 5-6 Split Pro. Haven. I think something like this. The BBL did pick Haven. And they did win both pistols. So maybe it's just 3-4 like this. For the moment, like, I can't know for sure, but it feels like something like that to me. Did they actually win on Lotus when they played it? Did they win on Fracture when they played it is the question. Because... So Lotus, they won 1, lost 1. Fracture, they won 1, lost 1. So obviously it's not 100% accurate, but like I think this is roughly how they saw their map pool, I guess. Yeah. Okay, so what map should we watch is the question. Shouldn't watch Binder Abyss. I can't watch Fracture. We can't keep just watching Fracture over and over again. So I guess I should watch some Lotus. And just see what they're doing on Lotus. We did watch Lotus yesterday. Purple went -8. Haven versus BBL? I don't mind watching Haven versus BBL. Lotus versus KC or Haven versus BBL. Lotus or Haven, guys? Haven? Okay. Okie dokie. Are you talent for Memea or just prep for watch party? No, I am talent for Memea. I wouldn't prep for a fucking watch party. If I was prepping for a watch party, I wouldn't do all this stuff. If I was actually doing that, it would be very different prep. If I was prepping for a watch party, it'd be more prep like this, where like I'm like looking at like strats and stuff. But I would never do that anyway. I don't think that's very fun for a watch party.
There's no other way to say it.
Thank you very much, GSR.
On 2 trophies, no meta change in between.
There we go. Wait, that's it? I thought it said more. Sliggy flaming me for no meta adaptation. Okay, dokie. Defense, right. So I mean, GX's strength as a team is playing the standard stuff, and Haven is a standard map. So we expect to see them playing pretty well. One thing I'm looking at immediately is the turret. Our BBL is smart enough to know that you can just break the turret every round if it stood here. Because the turret has to be placed like in the open now on defense to see both of these angles. You can't just hide it behind the wall and like see the kind of cross in. So you could probably just break the door and break the turret. So like that's something why Killjoy I think is pretty shit on the map right now. Well, one of the reasons why it was. The fact they play Killjoy during this meta is concerning to me. Probably something that I probably should have written down. Which to me is a bit madness, but we go next. Hey Mini, could I send you a clip from one mini Mac? It's a clip, but how can I improve? I have like a channel points thing where if you get enough channel points, you can give me a clip. So I guess watch more on my channel. So one of a pretty standard pistol, but like the way do you guys like know about like how comedy used to work? Like stand-up comedy back in the day would be like everyone would use the same stock jokes, right? And no one had their own like individual persona, and it was kind of like known that everyone would just steal each other's jokes, and that was part of the deal, like, and that was part of the fun, was people just retell jokes that they heard. And this is how I see pistol rounds. Everyone's just like recycling like old pistols and stuff, and this is one of the old pistols. So like this might be a variation. I don't want to always say that we did everything, but I do distinctly remember us having a pistol like this where like we wait, and if there's noise middle, we trap, and if there's no noise middle, we just walk down. So the server on A is just reconning to make it feel like a standard round, and then surprise, there's 4 people just like fucking around here. Historically, you would see the turret a bit more open, so that if it gets broken, you start flooding quicker, and maybe you push out for a flank. Because not many teams on a default pistol round are going to default out a turret. That if they get spotted by a turret like this, it's usually a C. So curious that they went for a passive approach with the turret. So you see the paranoia ready, and then runner's actually not going to have stun out, so it's all based on paranoia. So windows clear, they'll walk down. If they see anything, paranoia out.
losses last year. Someone that was shining for this squad. GX on the
And then
defense.
surprisingly, for some reason, BBL have no flank control at all. Like Vac is fucked up. I don't know why he's tripping here. And if we're going fast A, we need a trip here, like or on flank. So GX have kind of got a good position here. Like if you're gonna be retake on A, and you're gonna try and go through here and not do this kind of stuff, like it's rough a lot of the time. You still favor BBL a little bit here, but attack side of the map, you kind of always expect attack to do okay. And then west side comes back to contain CT, which is nice. I mean, somehow fucking Cloud has died. Heaven. West side doing a good job here. He's the weak side. He needs to chill. Tamazi's even giving him a smoke. Weird round. It's a weird round now, but if I was Giant X, I leave one player here, probably. And then have the others kind of group up. But it's... Because now, look, their retake now looks worse. You know what I mean? They're going to have to go through tiny chokes now to retake. And, like, you always see 4v3s being lost when they try to retake all through here. Do you think pro players watch your streams to learn stuff against their opponent? I don't think they watch it to learn stuff against their opponent. I think there's... I think there's a few lurkers that lurk with the intention of, like, not necessarily just learning, but, like, sometimes just, like, maybe I wonder what if Mini would say something good or bad about me or something.
To sort of fake out the steps, bait the player they knew was there. The smoke didn't go down for nothing, and then put Loon in a position to thrive. And well, every time that's happened, he has.
GSR's here. I mean, I think there's a lot more. To be fair, I think the VCT kind of players probably don't give as much of a shit, but like players like GSR, like the players coming up, are quite often in my stream. Jeez, VCT players are a bit busy, that's true, yeah. That is true.
We talk about nerves stepping up on that stage. Not something we expect from a lot of these GX guys having been here before, having played here. It's Loon.
I think Boaster watches sometimes because he's probably interested in takes I'll make. But to be honest with you, he could still just... He can just ask me questions. I'm probably going to answer them.
Give him a moment. Give him a moment. Yeah, for Chiwa, I still remember his play on Ascent Boathouse. Yeah,
Defense. They did lose as well, right? Do you remember how I read that completely? That like they fucked up by grouping CT. Yeah. Like this is how stupid this map is. I genuinely think that a change on this map that could be is something about this part here. I mean, it's team's fault for being noobs, but like if they change something about this part of the map, I do think that like we'd see more interesting Haven sometimes. It's so boring watching people win post plants on A. I think Killjoy post Hail nerf isn't egregious, but I do think it was egregious here in this part of the on this map part. I need to. This is 11, right? In Turkey, the W's a V, like Vitagen. Vitagen. 11. It's not Loon. I was calling him Loon.
Already taken down one, and he's making a lot of progress towards the Blade Storm early on.
Like 11.
Started round 2, and he's already halfway there with the potential.
DRX made the retake, and it was interesting lately. I can have a look, but I'm pretty confident that it wouldn't be consistent. If they play Omen Teo, so I mean there's more It's easier, I guess.
With the way he's been performing so far.
Oh, from Haven.
A fairly open seaside.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, from Heaven, yeah. They used to jet dash out right onto the box quite a lot of the time, or jet dash into the corner or something. I still think it's rough.
He's got players coming in from behind already.
How are you, Smart 7? I listened to. I was cooking whilst you were on your interview yesterday, so I didn't see you, but I was listening. I was listening. I watched your game, but I wasn't really watching. I was mostly just talking shit. So nice from Giant X. They had a read on BBL's bonus round that they're gonna go for the orb. But I remember this distinctly. Like, look how nice this is from Giant X. It's beautiful. If can I just quickly? I just want to see just to confirm or deny whether this is actually prep. So it might not be prep from here, but they did play them in the off season. Like, I wonder if there's Giant X on attack. This might be push. This might be like. No, it looks like it looks like BBL won. Yeah, GX won the. Wait, bro, why is it so laggy, man? So they did go for the orb grab here on the eco round. I wonder if next round they go for the orb grab again. No, they don't. Maybe, I don't know. What was the read here for the ult grab? Oh, it's just Sociable's one away from ult. It's just that simple. Okay. So I mean, they do have a protocol around, you know. It's not that surprising. But when I say like European Valorant, I sometimes just mean like just basic shit like this. Sometimes it's just like a structured protocol.
Seems like a much more direct approach in this round with the mixed bag they have. Oh my word, Luke!
And then unlucky. Do I ever watch the game? Sometimes. What region do I think the strongest is right now? None of them. I don't know. Like, unironically, I don't think many teams are playing good right now. So like, it's not to me, it's not a badge of honor if your region's good right now. It's almost like, I don't know. I do think that Americas is generally the region I'll watch for the. I'm most excited for the level of gameplay, to be honest with you. But I don't know, they looked a bit hit and miss this year so far. Is this live now?
That was one of Power's strats, you know. He was just like, yeah, Loon go kill. And Mark New was like, I'm not sure about that one.
Low by random, we're using everything.
Wow, what a start.
Purple pushed down middle.
And he's not sure about that one. Wow.
I mean, Giant are doing fine things here. Like, they're using their gun in an appropriate way to double peek sewers. They're using their gun to like take pressure middle. Like, they are just losing angels.
Okay, there's a couple of weapons to play behind for the side of GX. Maybe some hope for Purple.
Do you agree that MIBR is the second best team in Americas? Absolutely not.
3 players in onto this site, stack things up, try and re-aggress. They're walking into a danger zone.
Loon gets them all. I've seen this before. Okay, for the first time.
All he needed was
A rational narrative about the team could be that they should be as teams with the better meta reads play longer, they should struggle more, if that makes sense. Can you explain why G2 lost Bangkok? I would really love to do... There's some content I really want to do about the finals of Bangkok, and I don't think I'm going to have time to do it. But like that final map, Pearl, I could make probably 3 videos worth of content, I think, from. Because there's a lot of like interesting things to talk about. I think that they dropped the ball quite heavily in some moments, but also they set a high standards for themselves, but then they didn't reach some of these high standards. Like T1 literally got away with putting like a deep alarm bot or turret on one half the map for like half their defense. I think one of the videos should just be me VOD reviewing the game, because I got a lot of notes from like the rhythm of the game's very interesting from like a casual POV. Because I don't think that in general, I'll be honest, I don't think that the broadcast almost does any, like, we don't do, on broadcast, I don't think there's almost any attempt to explain the rhythm of a match. I don't think that, I think the casters can sometimes talk about the rhythm of the game because they're casting, and in that moment they could talk about, oh, last round they're doing this, now switching to this. But I don't think in general that there's very much analysis around how the game flowed and ebbed and flowed strategically. And I think that that game was a perfect example of how a game can ebb and flow strategically. Like, you know, you remember Sylvan standing in that weird corner at B long? Like, it wasn't like he started the game doing that. Like, T1 realized later on into the game that that was something that happened, you know what I mean? That they could do. And so, like, it was like a back and forth of, like, things happening, which were kind of interesting to talk about. And T1 were ahead of the ebb and flow for the entirety of their, like, defense, despite G2 generally having better plans, in my opinion. Maybe try and bring someone over on desk. I mean, it's very difficult because the desk... I don't want to... I'm not trying to... I think I need to do the desk to kind of figure out what I can and can't do as just a person. And then what I can and can't do because of restrictions that are necessary and because of restrictions that I think are unnecessary, before I start actually, like, being an asshole. What MEA teams would you think are going to Toronto? Is it 3 now? So middle, so they got the kill. They repushed 3 sewers. I mean, they're doing nice stuff, aren't they? Like, they know how to play some Haven. They are actually doing some stuff. They've been aim diffed a few times, but
it's a completely different round we see play out. 3-1 though. GX with a lifeline. Still rolling thunder to play with in this round. Purpo getting aggressive, op in hand, waiting for an opportunity.
Loon's just gone. He's just run all the way down. Talk about no support. He's just gone in. The rest of the team are nowhere near. They've rolling thundered. Just Loon, but it's not quite gonna land. Honestly, no. But he's still got the aim to go with it.
He's looking for the full house when it comes to rolls in this game.
nice by Tamazu.
Another change up, flanking in for prop. Another reveal is good.
I mean, okay, then West Side actually... This is like the West Side that we expect, I think. Like, those kind of little, like, moments. His aim was very strong in Tier 2. Like, he was consistently doing shit like that all the time. Sorry.
See some of the heroes come alive on their side, where they've been a bit quiet. Any of those plays sort of turn things into their favor. But now, at least, though, that's back-to-back rounds that seemingly have been winnable for the side of BBL. Still
Westside stats weren't the best, but I don't think anyone in this team can have any claim to have played well this tournament. Like, I don't think any of them played particularly well. Purple had moments on Rays. Westside is literally come in from tier 2 to this to he's come in from tier 2. So like I don't hold him to like he needs to pop off straight away standards. Like we don't have a sample on him that's high enough to really give it an insight. We do have a sample on Tomasi and Runner. So I'm going to be a bit more critical of those two players.
But those are diminishing as GX look back on the horse again.
They found their winning ways. A little bit of aggression around mid this time. You looked at Tomasi, potentially going down.
Martin is very talented with Euro. Martin had a bit of a middling performance, I think. But I don't think he was used amazingly at moments during kickoff. It's hard with Euro to really know what, like, because I don't think it's the same as like Jet, where like Jet, you can quite clearly see what stats are good or bad. Like you can be kind of a low-ish statistical Yoru and still be providing value. What about Click? I don't think Click plays Yoru, does he? Does he play Yoru? I mean, this guy is crazy. I don't know how he went from being like his stats in tier 2 were so mid. Like, genuinely mid. And then he comes to VCT and he's just farming everyone. Hey, Bugs, good. What do I think about Chiwa's visa? What does that mean? What is that question? What do you mean? What do I think about Chiwa's visa? Like, I don't... What's that game where you got a game where you approve visas? Yeah, Papers, Please. Have you seen that game? Papers, Please? It's like you're asking me, like, you're asking me, like, what I think of his visa. Like, I've actually looked at his visa and I'm playing this game and trying to figure out if he's, like, legit. Stats don't mean much, though, no? I mean, you're asking the wrong guy. Like, the only reason anyone's joined my team is because they've had good stats. I don't think... I do... That's... the whole, like, you can't see how good they are because of the team structure is true. And that's why I genuinely never watched any VODs from any player. Because I didn't care how... Like, I would never be able to differentiate what they did versus what their team was telling them to do. So I would like watch the trials, obviously, and kind of eye test your own trials. But like, if you're a good player, it doesn't matter how bad your system is, you are going to, on some level, shine past that system. You know what I mean?
That we saw when having that expensive sniper, only a pistol in hand this time.
And depending on the distance, even the headshot won't be enough to drop them in one.
Any examples? Surely it depends on your role. Any examples? Who's a good player who was on a bad team and then joined a better team? It's like any of those players. Demon 1 is the opposite, isn't it? Leaf? Nah, Leaf's been... Okay, Leaf is a fair example where like you could say that like he wasn't on as good a team. And I knew how good... I consider Leaf to be one of the best players in Americas before before G2. Wait, Balix, you're doing the opposite. Boo. Okay, no. I see what you mean. But Boo was an IGL. You can't... And I always consider Boo to be a good IGL. I'm not gonna lie. I know it's easy for me to hindsight this, but I never... If Heretics had kicked Boo, I would have been Very surprised. Okay, I don't think we're discussing this in the proper way. I don't think you guys really understand what I'm trying to say, but
Huge advantages for BBL. And they know it as well, looking at the economy. Just when they tap tab, they'll see this is not a full buy.
Brew was the worst player in LCQ 2023.
But they're still
Yeah, but
showing
he was an IGL who
opponents
was his team. I'm not gonna lie to you. I know what happened to that team behind the scenes, and he was not in a position to play well.
these are rounds that they've already seen challenges, or even worse, losses.
Do you include or exclude IGLs from the good stats for Team 3?
Up close.
Yes.
Had some good rounds so far, and Tomasi's the one to open it up.
Bro, guys. The argument, the point we were trying to make was, if a player, like, I think that players who are good will shine on teams no matter the circumstance, almost, if they're good enough. There are very few players historically that were unable to shine on a team who then became amazing. Like, I'm talking like really, really good. Texture is a good one. It's not a good one because Texture stats were ludicrously good. I could scout Texture with my eyes closed. Munchkin from T1 to Genji. Was Munchkin really like that bad statistically? I think sometimes you guys don't really like, because you guys don't actually look at stats and don't scout or anything, like you're just giving me like nothing to work with here. It's really hard because like if his stats were abysmal and then you join GNG and they're good, then sure. But Munchkin wasn't like a monster player. He was a very good player. And his role was, again, not to be a monster player. Very good, though. Like, very good for IGL. I think, okay, Bugska, like, so, like, you're using, like, an example where, like, a player can flourish more in a different team. And I would argue that a lot of players that we picked up in a Fnatic flourish more in Fnatic. But, like, their stats were never terrible before they joined Fnatic. It's just I think we elevated a lot of players. So like I don't see that as like a counter argument. You know what I mean?
Something means to a player like BBM, but on this stage with the best of the best. For many players from your region have made names for themselves before.
Was Hero good before playing with Fnatic? Yes. Saint, I'll be honest, I don't know.
They're going through the nano, trying to destroy this lock.
Yeah, we wouldn't.
Shock dart and Luna's had a field day just running it down on A long.
To be fair, I never, like, again, I didn't need to. We didn't really have a choice when it came to the Hero situation because Hero was easily the best choice. But I never watched Hero play a game of Valorant before we played with him. That's how easy it is to use stats sometimes. Is I just knew that in that situation that Hero was our best option that we had at the time, but like easily.
As you've been doing the whole time, but on this stage with the best of the best. For many players from your region have made names for themselves before. Balloon seems set to follow that track record.
Sorry, so they did play. Did they play They played a Killjoy ult sap, right? I mean, they're doing nice stuff, to be honest with you. They did the mid push again. They don't mind losing A because they can retake it with the Killjoy ult, and they can't hold A anyway because of the breach ult. In terms of like Haven theory, I think they're actually doing quite well. Like, I quite like what they're doing. Most teams would end up against a breach shot, just fucking sitting here, not considering their Killjoy ult, and then literally just like dying here and then not getting to use a Killjoy ult. The only criticism you could really give is that they got aftershock and shocks, so like they can't ult the corner, and if they do, they're probably noobs. And yeah, he like Westside shouldn't be ulting this corner. He needs to put the ult in a way where the shocks can't hit. Or they need to disrupt. The second, they got two options here. So two options. Option one is just literally put the ult in a position, a suboptimal position, so that they don't have a lineup for, you know, the ult, and that you're hoping that the shocks don't hit. Option two is if they start using aftershock and shocks, they are ready to explode whilst they have shocks in hand. So at least then you know that like they're fucking around with Yuto in their hands. They're not ready to do either of those things, is the problem. They're just praying that they don't have a good answer with the shocks. And they're right, they don't have a good answer with the shocks. They literally just breach out and rush. Yeah, you could flash Sociable too, or a stun or something, that's true.
Well, Sociable safe down on shore, but the spike is anything but. They have to swing out. Stun is good. Swing is good. They've stopped the defuse for a moment, but no one's left to stop it in the end.
Hello, Murray.
I think you could tell that the GX were very
Yes,
ready
texture?
for them to try and push that, them to try and counter.
Bruh,
That's the thing.
texture stats were ludicrously good before joining Genji.
Back corners of A or go all opponents players ended up getting detained. BBL now are going to take themselves a timeout. Similarly to the last map, a solid.
Oh, yeah, we're talking about the same thing, yeah. He did shine on a... Yeah, I can't be bothered. I think some of you are agreeing with me, and some of you were losing the plot. But my point is, like, every single player is pretty much like that. There's very few who were, you know... Unless there was, like, massive circumstances. Why are they playing Killjoy A?
Yeah, I feel like a lot of what BBL has done successfully is, well, Luna's managed to get them a lot of like crazy open.
Nice little push idea. I don't like those pushes, to be honest with you. I say nice little push idea, but like a nice like, you know, mix-up thing. But like I've never really enjoyed the C push like that. And this is what we mean by Westside's capabilities. If a player can do that, it means that you're in a good spot. If you know what I mean, like it's almost like if I saw one of my players doing that and I'm like, they're not having a great time still, then like I need to, it's my job to make them able to do that as much as possible. Because like if he's capable of doing what he just did, then it's probably my job to make that happen more. I think what SLK, the way SLK described it to me once was like,
goes down, but the rest of the squad there to catch him.
That's insane.
Like he used the word genius to describe like Alpha's mechanics, and it really made me think, because it's like when you use the term genius, you're thinking like they're like it's almost like a conscious thinking thing. But like I think a lot of coaches, what they do is they put like mechanics below thinking, if that makes sense. So like all the thinking stuff is like, oh, that's all nice and good, and like it's way harder. But the mechanics stuff, oh, that's just down there. Whereas like I do think on some level you have to put the same respect on what players can do with mechanics on the level of what you're doing as a coach with all the macro and the strategy and stuff. Because otherwise you put yourself in a position where you're like thinking that somehow that what you're doing is better than what they're doing, but like what they're doing is probably even more impressive than what you're doing. If they can do stuff like that, that's more impressive than making some strats sometimes. And so like you gotta like figure out how can you work with that, rather than like, oh my god, why are they not doing the stuff that I want them to do, you know what I mean? Does that make any sense? It did definitely help me shift my perspective on how to like think about players. Like I almost at that point just accepted Alpha as a player, like what he could and couldn't do, rather than like be annoyed when he was doing stuff that I didn't want him to do.
Some of these rounds genuinely do feel like I'm watching deathmatch. Like it's just people running in for fight after fight, jumping into the angle with an operator.
I think Genius is almost like naturally gifted.
It's ballsy.
I'm using the word genius because when we talk about genius, like it's almost like we're talking about like thinking, right? We're not thinking about like we're not thinking about like mechanical ability. Like you're not a genius singer. You're not a genius like
Necessary when you'd already had that open
dancer.
pick, had the operator. It wasn't like he had to go get it. It was in his hand.
If you're a genius at football, it's not because you can shoot the ball at fucking 60 yards. Like it's because you're doing something that's like clever. You know what I mean?
Even when he
It's like
was
smart.
times a duelist on the team. So this isn't too much of a weird
Whereas I think
approach,
it
it's just what he can do with it.
to frame
Crossfires that are currently
it
there,
like genius helped me a little bit.
B, the deep push already through C. Some had that rounds, Jen.
Sorry, I missed this round. Another like push as well. Purpo's just like
Purpo's shut down Loon. He used all of his blade storm there, and well, that is one of the
GX's macro look decent, but the problem is that they're kind of letting Purpo unleashed int almost. They're just unleashing the int. It feels like there's been like 2 or 3 rounds where Purpo's been let off and just like 4v5'd them.
And in a more standard position, Mitch, this has been somewhere you expect to see the operator rather than pushing garage.
They gotta read again.
Well, I mean, you can do what you want with that operator. If you're gonna land shots, Purpo is in a bit of danger, and now
They look very comfortable on Haven.
for that repeat to come through.
I felt like fairly one-way traffic.
Like, I guess what I'd put so far for Haven. I think it's. I mean, it's not genius Haven, but it's like it's what I'm saying is good. Like they were losing aim duels and still able to do 7 rounds defense.
Early stun, aggressive stance from this defense. You can see the confidence building for Purpo, but it's only going to be the trade, and in fact, a 2-for-1 deal.
Not a bad connection. TP up behind.
Opinion: Yoru, Chamber, Deadlock, Omen, Servo, and Haven.
To be sitting in this spot, they think they've cleared out a lot of it. He ran the
Chamber,
other way.
Deadlock.
Do they suspect that he's got
I don't like
himself
Deadlock on
into
Haven.
an unusual spot? They could go walking past this, or they could just take him out quick and easy.
I don't know. I'd have to look at it.
They're going back in the other
In
direction.
order for me to actually give like a good opinion, I'd probably have to look at how the net interacts with A main.
Goes for the fight instead. Now smoking a little too close. Not quite able to defend the spike, and with the reveal, he's in danger. Dealt with, but he's given West Side.
I mean,
a winnable
it's
hand.
kind of difficult when
Problem is the C sites already completely under the
stun is good for retaking.
side. Profek patiently clearing everything, and Westside has gambled on the wrong side of the
Breach is good at retaking. Retaking C with Breach and Omen is pretty strong. I feel like
in the meantime, they can play off those post plants. They can figure out where they
you're not allowed to play like in this vicinity. It feels like sometimes.
on this map. It's going to take him at least 10 seconds or so to just clear everything.
Can I clip this to use it at context later? Who's winning stage 1? What did I say? I put Scream as a counterexample to that. Incredible mechanics performance in the game led to the worst EMEA VCT team so far. I mean,
The clock would be around all the
if I can give you like a 2-word response as to like why it's so like why, if I could just say the words IGL
known quantity, and he stepped
and like you know exactly what I mean as to why Scream was not performing, like it's not that difficult.
the close half
Like
carries forward
human,
to this
if it's so easy to contextualize.
round, basically triple kill. Attack sign from kill.
falls into the living.
That's the thing. It's definitely not as gruesome as it used
So I'll give GX some benefit of the doubt around like keeping it standard, because like in kind of like the upper middle part of the map pool has a map in it where like they genuinely look pretty good.
That's the thing, it's definitely
On
not
defense
as
at least.
gruesome as it used to be, but
They didn't want to get rid of like some of the
you are done. That is an awkward fight already.
protocols and stuff, I guess, but
Anybody to be that far forward, Purpo immediately springs into action. He is definitely looking back.
they probably thought they did a lot of work in the off season to actually make this stuff work, and then
Popping head after head.
didn't want to
This guy's pick.
Of Turk.
fuck with it too much.
Turk. Honestly, I know we're gassing him up quite a lot. It's gonna be his and he's been super impressive. Map 1 was incredible. Where is he going? He's just dashed through the smoke and turned around and killed Tomasi.
Omen Flash isn't a fake flash, but it's not as good as what people think.
We just end the sentence there.
On Haven it's strong. There's a lot of instances on Haven where it's strong.
Like Alpha's gonna be sat there going, oh no, really gonna have to. Goes up.
Turn around and killed Tomasi. Was incredible. And he's been super impressive. Map 1
What?
was incredible. Where is he going? He's just dashed through the smoke and turned. Was incredible.
That's such a nice trap play from BBL. Have you seen this? So like they smoke off here, recon in the corner, so there's no support, and breach done through with a recon. The timing of it wasn't perfect, but like it's pretty nasty. Like it's obviously you need 4 people to do it, but and it's like a bonus round, but
He's not afraid to make unusual plays. Let's
He's just not
say that.
afraid. We just end the sentence there.
If this is a squad that what the winner of this goes up against Fnatic.
I don't think you could say it was because of his IGLing. You think if he had better being in his mechanical prime also IGLing, that team would have gone far. You think if he had been in his mechanical prime also IGLing, that team would have gone far. What? No, that's what I'm saying. I think I'm saying because he was a bad IGL, the team was bad. I don't know what you mean.
This one really has the bite to back up that bark. BDL.
Woot and Rians wasn't already enough.
Well, 5 versus 4. GX. They've got the spike on the floor, but they've got a teammate down as well.
The trade is there once again. Sociable adds another to the death
Bro,
toll. This is
Scream is still mechanically he would be one of the best players. Like I don't know if he'd be like quite the same as before, but like he'd be one of the better mechanical players in the game.
I don't believe they've got it to half. He's just waiting to see if he can do damage. The post plan of GX was sublime, and a round that looked like it was going BBL's way.
BBL said they initially got 11 for the Sentinel role. Do you see the potential Chiwa replacement as a Julius or Sentinel? Bro, they play with Vac as the Senti, so Westside is so fucking overrated. Bro, who's like what? Westside was one of the better players from tier 2 coming into VCT. Like, I don't really understand. Thank you, Chobra. Bacon.
2 trophies. No meta change in between.
So, people in my chat sometimes, man, you just come out of nowhere and say that Westside's one of the most overrated players. But like, who outside of EMEA is going, Westside is a fucking beast? Like, this guy's just like, he's like a good upcoming player who didn't have like 11 level of performance. Like, he's clearly good. Like, how many people out there are being like, Westside's going to be one of the best players in EMEA? Like, I think that like he was like, you can't be too harsh on kids coming up from tier 2. You know what I mean? Like, I think the real analysts of the game, like, I think if like I was given an opinion on it, I would have said that Westside was going to be one of the, you know, he would have played a bit better than what the stats implied. But like, Bro, this guy's played like fucking 3 games in VCT. You gotta chill out.
Maintained for now, at least. GX up by 1. Thing is, you know, if you're on the side of BBL,
What are we doing after Gen X? Gentle Mids.
waiting the team to hold the wall. When you're on that defense, you're sentinel. What do you is what it is.
6. Like, it wasn't even bad.
It wasn't terrible, just whatever.
Wait, what even fucking happened last round?
Matt Wamp.
It was the trap, instant B. They played like an on-site post
Wasn't already enough.
Mike on the floor.
Of course, the trade is there once again. Get dangerous.
and got fucked.
Was sublime.
I think this like on-site post B idea, how many times I've seen it not work? It's a lot recently. Why don't we just play off-site post like everyone has done for the past 4 years?
But this is more what I was expecting to see. He is putting up a fight against BBL, claiming that lead. And
Jesus.
doesn't want to let go of it.
Yeah, finally we
I
see
mean, BBL are faster.
over.
This is just shoot your way out of a corner kind of moment for GX if they were to come out.
Spike being outside deep.
Why the fuck?
The young Turkish
Sociable. Like, in this situation, he needs to stay there, I think. He's getting uncomfortable because there's a 4v5. But if he stays here, he's fine. Like, let's see what actually happens. Let's watch Sociable's decision making here. I think he really thinks it's a C.
they're gonna back off. They're gonna take that victory.
But like he got unlucky that the moment that like they stop, he's gone away. And now the problem is that he can't comfortably go back because on that timing they could have got down already. But he has kind of lost them like a lot of. Like you see, he is going for another re-info player. But... And then Giants are choosing B, like Fnatic used to choose B, and I think teams need to stop choosing B all the time. Like I think it's a bit lazy to choose B as like the finisher in a lot of situations. It's like almost scared. Like B is the easiest to get the spike down on a lot of the times, but it's like I think it's lazy. I haven't flamed Fnatic yet, no. Will you watch G2 versus KC today? I don't know. I want to get my work done. Like, this is technically my work.
Their economy still down to its last credits for a lot of these players after that win. But it saves them. Their economy still down.
I mean, they started rough on attack side.
After that win.
What's that deep recon?
Certainly has his fingerprint all over.
I mean, just went for a sewers rush. Just like standard Haven shit. Attack timeout now, right? Or did they take one already? I don't know.
Operator in Loon's hands and an early peek that is returned. Purpo able to make that 1-to-1 trade and leave B wide open for the taking.
Hey, took his time with the
Why is Purpo got the spike?
Again, this fast-paced take into B, it's been
Bro, we're going with double lurks.
did a couple of times by either side.
No one flank watching at all. They already tapped the spike. Oh, okay, it's a killjoy. Okay. That's an interesting idea. I've never really seen that before. I mean, there's probably a reason why we haven't seen it before, because it doesn't look amazing, but...
Leaving just Tomazi, but he's not even really in a position to challenge. He has to go swinging immediately, and he won't be able to.
That's a little too tall of a task to ask. 10-8. Now BBL, 2 in the lead. And for GX, well, starting to look back at the previous map, starting to look a little bit similar.
On the no idea, it's down, it's that door. You cannot have the miscommunication of that spacing.
It's a huge oversight, and one that they have been punished for extensively. Economy starting to run low on GX.
They haven't really done like a default, right? Where they just like get A control, take garage control, wait out.
The thing is, this could end up
Nice little fake.
if they run back at all, they're gonna get spotted on the way past. I believe they have. Yeah, Loon catches the shot.
Yeah, they haven't done like an actual
Know that they're going in the other direction. Even even still, though, GX have done well on the openers.
Set 20 for the side end of play.
Back the route to overrun for Loon has not been successful. It's either been a 1-for-1 trade, or in this case, that's the up down on the ground.
Yeah, I mean, they're very ready for him to peek up top, but that hasn't really helped in a lot of the other fights.
Asa is open.
Wide open. Drone going up won't be heard either.
I think I might not been. How about you default to getting laid? Okay, fair enough.
If he plants there, he has his rolling thunder. Cloud will apart the position of Cloud. Profek. Nice couple of shots, but even still they have a disadvantage, which is quickly dissipated. And now Cloud, the man that's
High poke is back.
finish it off. Stunned up, caught, but he lands one, and again, Profek is there to save the day. If it isn't a Turkish hero, it's a Polish hero, as that's now 12 for BBL.
Yeah, that was a round that I was a little worried about.
Have you talked about your opinions on Serial Killer? Can we just call him Serial? I don't have a high opinion of serial killers in general. So like maybe we should start calling the guy Serial.
Big players dealt with and access back in with a follow-up kill. I mean, we've highlighted this man so far.
Yeah, he's catching.
Multiple multi-kills that put those rounds on the board. I think that 4-round lead is pretty much thanks to him.
Yeah, that's the thing. It was Loon a lot in the first. Still had some big rounds in the second, but Profek has really been impressing.
This is my opinion on Serial. Yes, that's pretty good. Yeah, he's pretty good. There you go. That's my opinion.
Comes to this defensive side, and GX, well, it's a roster that no doubt has a lot of talent within it. Right now, it's looking like a bit of a miss, and
Okay, I'll go one step further. I'll throw out some Team Liquid Flame. Even though Team Liquid have been successful this year, I would argue players like Serial are the players that Team Liquid should have been looking at for the past 4 to 5 years. These young upcoming players, it feels like for the past, especially post partnership era, they haven't taken many risks. Their biggest risk being putting Kiko on smokes, but they seem to go with fairly safe players that are fairly known quantities, and I think that this kind of move might be good for the long term of the team. Like the most risks they've taken is like taking risks on the winners of like tier 2 or like the runners up to tier 2, which isn't that risky, especially when most of those players were previous tier 1 players anyway.
has a lot of rookies to the league, and you're coming in with, well, 4 players who have been in the VCT before, and the other is Westside. It's not like someone we don't talk about. Cloud looking for that opener. It's going to be Purpo to follow up instead, and the rookies to the league, especially a bit of a miss, and BBL. And you're coming in with.
Is there any argument to be had about Giant X's attack sides not being? Because like their defense was looking clean, and then they've just like, I mean, their defense was generally kind of shit, to be fair. So Haven being the outlier, their attacks generally being slightly better. They do end up winning the last 4. They got a little bit like, kind of like, BBL just outplayed them a little bit, had some nice ideas early, but at the same time, they're not defaulting out like that well.
Starts it by catching Purple off guard. Paranoia doesn't catch. Runners clear.
It's just a C split.
Firstly, also has sort of matched them pound for pound all the way, and looks slightly better. He's gonna go with a moment, including Sanders new.
They just straight hits.
ones we've seen in the past. And in terms of ultimates, they definitely seem like they're closer to some of the more dangerous ones.
One round left to play for. Time to put it all on the field. Loon, we haven't heard from him in a little while. He's being a bit more quiet. They know where he is. They've seen that cloudburst land, but he gets out with it. Jumpy, putting full of garage.
Yeah, they're just very straight. I would argue the later part of this half is like them just teasing a tiny bit of the map and then just straight cooling, which was better than them like slowly waiting to get killed and then just 4v5 executing, it felt like. They're not taking as many risks, like sending this Omen here, just prodding. And they know they're going to see split in a second. Although, to be fair, if Levin had an ult there, Demazi is dead, so maybe that is the difference, is that against the ult they sucked. Maybe they just suck against ults or something.
Blitzing into the site and sending back into a spiral. They could be anywhere all around and dropping into his cage. Another is found. BBL, they thought they might have had this 2-0, and if they do, it might have to be in overtime.
They need a hero once again. Luckily, both the players we've talked about are still standing, or at least now, even for the chance streak.
Back on the attack. The one thing is that might be back to comfort for someone like Loon, who has been missing for a couple. Loon,
a lot of this attack side was down.
It must be hard to hear your name being pronounced wrong all the way through the game. I mean, I called this guy Loon the entire time too, but
For the defense and not just sitting pretty. They pushed all the way up on A, and in fact, look to play a retake on this C site. Two players waiting on the cross in Garage. But other than that, it's all up to that flank.
the reveal. They don't know the back is here quite that aggressive. The shots don't land though. Big punish from Tamazi. GX now look to make their way a little bit closer towards C. Sociables here to greet them. Only finding himself the one before being dropped. GX maintain their advantage.
I mean, they actually pushed out. Like, their defense is... GX's defense is actually pretty good. Like, when you see shit like this on a C retake, I'm like, oh, it's better than most teams. Their attack was a bit... There's a slow start. The style they ended with on attack isn't bad. But like, if they have an ult, then you gotta be careful. The lack of like defaulting out Cypher, you'd say, was a bit concerning. Another 4v5. That's the old Vision Striker's turret. Yeah, I mean, GX have won, right? Yeah. Okay, so I was actually really impressed with their defense, to be honest with you. Attack was a bit mid. Hello, Sam. Should I go to Gentlemates now? I don't think I'll do Fnatic today. I'm getting tired already, honestly. Maybe I should. I don't know. Stats, graphics. Like, what positive things can I say? What positive things would I be able to actually... I guess the most positive thing is, like, purple, right? So far. Purple's raise, I guess, is like, if I'm gonna be nice. Do you think Robbie BK? I was thinking about this yesterday. He looks a bit like a young... Ethan Hawke. Bear with me, because I might be wrong. Do you think he looks a bit like a young Ethan Hawke? I might... Yeah? Reasonable? Reasonable take? When I do comparisons, I feel like they're much better than Boast. Boaster will say, oh, this guy looks like this guy. And I'm like, bro, I have no fucking clue how you've come up with that one. Like, he sees people in, like, the abstract somehow. It's like, yeah, you it looks like them if you're blind, mate. Right, gentlemates. Oh, wait, I'm just deleting shit. Right, let me add some notes for Giants, actually, because a few of these I could probably. Alts, protocols around alts. Pistols. I didn't see the economy stuff. Pistols, were they any good at pistols? Was any team actually very good or very bad at pistols during kickoff? I don't know. Why am I looking at? Zero for 2, 1 for 4, 1 for 4, 1 for 6, 2 for 8, 2 for 10, 3 for 12, 3 for 14, 3 for 16. This team is the worst pistol team in the world? Is that actually good math, sir? Oh my god, I got it. This is the stats. Pistol rounds. Dog shit. Have I actually done the maths right here? 1 for 2. 1 for 4. 1 for 6. I can't. 0 for 2. 1 for 4. 1 for 6. 0 for 2. 1 for 4. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Okie dokie. I found a narrative. Thank God. Okay. Expectations pre-kickoff. I think most people... this is the weird one. Most would have had bottom 3, but scrim results put them as dark horse. This is my narrative. I think there was a lot of when I arrived to Berlin to do talent work, there was a lot of whispers around Gentlemates being good, and I'm very curious as to how we're supposed to use that on broadcast, because I think that I've already had some conversation with people where I'm like, bro, you're just we can't just use secondhand information all the time to kind of inform the way we're talking about stuff. But it's hard because like a lot of people, including me, are close to people in the scene. The irony is that I actually didn't know anything about any team because I actually don't talk to people. So they kind of like, they showed glimmers of like that kind of like dark horse team vibe, but ultimately they probably finished around like slightly higher than what I think the general public would have expected. Is probably fair, right? They had a close, they owned Heretics on the map, but then got kind of relatively farmed afterwards. Fnatic did kind of stomp. They beat Koi in a fairly... I mean, they kind of owned them in the end, but it was a weird series because both of them can't play a map. So, like, they had to, like, their map pools aren't... They have, like, a weakness in their 6th, 7th maps. And beat Apex. So, like, it was almost like this was, like, their first test. Passed quite easy. Looking okay. Passed another slightly easier test. And then got stomped by, like, what we consider now, like, slightly above mid-table team. So it's, like, hard to still really pin them down, but, like... What's their group? I guess is the easy way to frame where they should land. Are we expecting them to get out of this group? I mean, that's their goal, I guess. That's kind of where I put them right now, right? Like, they either finish here or they finish, like, here. Like, in this region. Like, this group, like, Foot and Team Liquid, are supposed to be like the best teams. Carmine Core like cannot not qualify without embarrassing themselves. And then BBL have looked like the strongest of like the dark horsey kind of teams. Thoughts on this image of poster? He looks like such a twink. Team goals. I mean, our gentlemates are in the same position as Apex now, right? Isn't it this? This is their goal, right? Right, Chaser? Right? Okay. How to hit the goals. I mean, it's kind of hard now because Robbie's gone. Like, part of the narrative would have been around, like, Robbie to some degree. They have young, hungry players and a pretty big coaching staff. Like, I think you need to find a style that, like, leans into that. And I don't know what that is, though. Like, that's the problem. Like, I don't know what that style actually is. Because I don't know enough about the team. Like, because, like, if Robbie was in the team, I could talk about, like, the IGL coach relationship and, like, you could play, like, yeah. It's like, I just don't know enough about the team. I don't know. Like, what do they play right now? They played a standard game, right? It's gonna be something about Click being comfortable. It's gonna be Mini and Click right now. Click and Mini needs to be comfortable. And in my opinion, I would low-key be looking at the Neon. It could be very low sample, but like it's very worrying to see someone with a 95 ADR fucking raise. Something is not vibing on Fracture for him, it seems. Historically, what was he playing historically? He was just a Jet mostly, wasn't he? Like his race stats are decent, but he was like he was essentially one-tricking Jet a lot last year, I'd argue. But the problem is that Jet, you can't just one-trick Jet. What's his stats saying for Neon historically? I mean, I think, like, I wouldn't say One Trick Jet is like the. I think I understand my notes well enough to know that I wouldn't call him One Trick Jet, but like, he played a lot of Jet in the past year. It's an awkward situation where like the actual good roles for these players. It's like with Mini, it's like his traditional Sentinel was popping, but like Vice does exist. So it's like I think they need to make Click and Mini as comfortable as possible. That doesn't mean that they should play Click on and Jet on every map, and it doesn't mean that Mini shouldn't play Vice. You can make someone comfortable whilst also playing stuff that they've not played before. So because like again, if we're gonna be honest, it's a standard comp. It's a standard comp. It's a standard comp. We saw a non-standard comp on the map that they don't play, and then a fairly, fairly standard comp. I think if this was other people, like with being critical, like I feel like I'm able to kind of supplement that in a way that like it is just 2 games that he had a bad raise, but like I think it does unfortunately provide value to my broader claims that like maybe Click is just better at Neon. And his raise might be the weakest of his duelists so far. And then a discussion about like no Yoru play. But then also highlight the fact that these are the 2 players that are like needing to be unleashed. Kadavra is also, I think he had a fairly like okay time, but like I don't think he was like. If I was looking at this team, I thought Kadavra and Click were going to be the ones, and then Mini would be behind. But yeah, Kadavra kind of struggling a little bit more on Astra. What maps is Astra? Pearl? Abyss? Okay. So unfortunately, a lot of the goals are about the players. So like doubling up here a little bit about, like, is that fair? Like the Ethan role? is the way that, like, from the outsider I see Zipan here. I don't think that he needs to kind of... I don't know Zipan well enough as, like, a player. But, like, yeah, it's this is exactly what Ethan would look like. Like, his KO would be popping and the others would be like, whatever, you know. My hot take is that Vice isn't an agent for your traditional Sentinel mini. I'd be trying to run Viper Vice or Chamber Vice and having my flex on Vice. I mean, if you're playing those comps, yes, but if you're playing solo Vice, which is kind of necessary if you're playing Teo a lot of the time, then you need to put your Sentinel on it. I don't think Pack... I don't think the reason why Mini... I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think the reason why Mini would be uncomfortable with Vice has anything to do with the fact whether he's comfortable in the pack or not. I could be completely wrong because I've not really watched many VODs of Gentlemates, but I don't see Mini as like this, like, you know, hero kind of levels lurking or Nats lurking. I mean, not to say that, you know, I don't mean by level, but I mean I don't think he is relying on that. I don't know. Is Breach the main reason Teo is broken? No. But it helps on some maps. You say don't look into Zipan's playoffs kick off too much. Yeah, but the problem is that I'm not gonna make a graphic about Zipan and be like, look out for Zipan. Like, it's impossible to, you know, to do that at this point. There's too much other stuff to talk about. This isn't exactly a bad thing. So who do we think is going to IGL? I mean, I guess the rumors were many, right? I mean, unlocking a guy who was so supposed to IGL is pretty hard. How do you spell McJunker? Huanker. I don't know enough about Goked. I don't know enough about these two. Like, I know JT fairly well, but I don't, even then, like, I don't really know. Like, what do they, I don't know what their philosophy is. I don't know what their vision is. I thought Goked seemed to be kind of more strategically minded than some head coaches because he was like, it felt like he was strategically helping Koi back in the day, but then Koi were kind of shit. So it's hard for me to really comment. I think that he got dealt a completely rough hand with Lev, and I think his situation with Lev is completely overblown and overstated. But I don't really know. I don't know what. I don't know what GoKid's thing is. Do you have any insights here from me, JT? Like, what is the dynamic between the coaching staff? The longer I don't get an answer, the more likely I'm gonna say that you're all frauds. Because he's trying to put a nice way of putting, like, nah, these two don't do any work at all, and I hate them both, and the comps are all bad, and you guys have this street guy. Okay. 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 Well, I can't really. Like, what did Lev play? They played a lot. They just played a lot of Harbor, right? They played more Harbor than the other teams. I mean, it's hard to look at this because Harbor standard, Neon standard, Harbor standard, standard EMEA strategic approach. Like to me, Gokid and Pipson are looking fairly similar in their approaches when it comes to comps and stuff. Like I'm not able to distinguish yet. I know more about Pipson, but am I doing this for every team? Yeah. When the season starts, like properly, and I'm prepping real, I would start adding pages that have like, you know, it will say like Haven, and I'll have like images for each team. But for now, I'm not going to do that for this because teams should have changed their strategy, and I'm not going to waste my time looking at fucking how many? What's 120 times by 7? It's a big number. I'm not going to look at a bunch of maps and then realize that they've all changed their strats and comps and stuff. I'll do, but as I go, I'll start adding like adding stuff. 840, 12 times 7. I don't 12 times 7 is what I meant to say. I've said the wrong number. It was 12. How many teams are in VCT? Is it 12? Yeah, 84. Yeah, I'm not gonna watch 84 maps of Valorant and then 80 of them be fucking different strats and comps and stuff. I'll do the kind of more strategic looking into stuff when I'm actually like from now these notes here. I'll add like more notes here for like their main maps and then have some notes to work around. And hopefully my memory's pretty good, so like if I go back and read like Navi's Fracture, I think I remember all this shit without having to like watch shit back or anything. So that should be enough for like, oh, during kickoff they did this kind of thing on this map and they've changed because they changed this comp and they're not doing this anymore and blah 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 blah. Yeah, my memory is pretty good with strat stuff. What am I looking for here? I'm looking for the match page here. 4 games. That's not what I wanted. I wanted this. Control Shift V. Control Shift V. There we go. That's nice. I should have remembered that. I was a graphic designer. So 7 is Lotus. 6 might be Fracture. Yeah, 6 is Fracture. 1 is Abyss. 2. Abyss and Pearl. Looks like we're high up. Split next, maybe? Haven and Bind. Or Heretic's just bad at... I can't figure this one out. It might not... It might be obvious, but I can't remember. I can't... They removed the Abyss. I mean, the map pool changes are kind of bad for you. I mean, they're not that bad. Like in context, your Abyss wasn't actually that good. You beat a team that looked like a shadow of themselves, and then you got rolled by a team. Did you beat anyone else on Abyss? You did beat another team on Abyss. Well, you beat Herod. Okay. So it's hard for me to get a read on your Abyss, because, like, you didn't know how to... Like, as soon as Fnatic found your A site, you didn't know what to do. Which, to be honest, I don't know what the fuck I'd be doing. Actually, I do know what I do. Yeah, so it's hard to read. Because Heretics look like noobs, and then you look like noobs. But it is what it is. Lev were very good and I spoke under Go Kid. That is true. That is true. That is true. But they also did have, like, I don't know how much of the harbor stuff was him. And, like, the micro is already nice on the harbor. And then when you've got Aspas on Icebox 2, it does make things a little bit easier. So, but it's a good point. Icebox, good for... Like, I do think they were the best in the world. Harbor. But I don't know how much, like, to me, this is actually, like, important kind of narrative stuff. But I don't know if other people actually enjoy it when I talk about this stuff. Like, I remember talking about Job Life and fucking their bind being good for Kamek and Lohan. And that feeding into, like, the Team Liquid narrative of potentially be good bind. And I genuinely do think like that when I think about teams. So maybe it's just interesting because that's the way that people might be interested in the way I perceive things and not necessarily actually find it interesting. I don't know. I mean, it's great for you guys, yeah. I just don't know if it's good for anyone else. But I'll continue being myself, and then if that works, then, you know. Yeah, Lohan, they use the same comp, yeah. They use the same comp. Go to content. Hey, Boo. When's Heretics getting flamed? When are you guys getting flamed? I mean, I was just flaming you then for being terrible on Abyss. That game was not good for you guys. It was hard. That Abyss game when you played against Gentlemates. you guys got fucking owned. Yeah. When do you get flamed? Oh, you came third. To put it as nicely as possible, for how bad you guys played at times during kickoff, you guys still came third. So like that's probably the narrative I'd end up using for you mostly. Is that like they know they played like shit and still they did alright. You know what I mean? They still did alright. Yeah. And it wasn't even necessarily the weird thing for me. I don't know what you think, Boo, but when I was like casting, and I don't know if I was right, it just looked like you guys weren't shooting people, which is weird. So like I don't know how you problem solve not shooting people. I presume there might have been some stuff happening in this on the comms, or you guys were stressed a little bit or something. But you guys lost like every duel. It felt like. I think I remember. What game was it? Were you? Like, look at this. Plus 12, plus 14, plus 19. You guys went minus 20 FKFD against Team Liquid. Like, that's pretty fucking insane. To go minus 20 FKFD. Didn't talk and didn't shoot? Oh, okay. And then the other thing is that you're working with Ryan. So, like, I thought that, like, I think Ryan should be... I don't know how much you work with Ryan, because I know he's, like, not full-time with you guys, but I think he will be useful for you guys. I don't know if you used performance coaches before or how much you use them, but... Right, anyway, so Gentlemates... Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, a lot of the narrative space is going to be taken up by people talking about the new IGL and the roster change, I guess. To me, unfortunately, I get a bit bored of that stuff quite quickly. So I might try and play as the JT will probably like me because I'll end up being like, oh, who cares? Like, let's talk about how did they actually play Valorant. But you kind of do have to talk about it. Right, so what map should we watch? We can't watch Abyss because it's out of the map pool. Should we watch some Pearl? Am I just going to be annoyed because you guys probably play... You guys probably do some stuff on Pro I don't like, but so does every team. I can't watch Bind. Can't do Haven again. Split's too low. We gotta watch Pro, don't we? I think we gotta watch Pro. We can't watch Haven again, though, because we just watched the Haven. Do we watch Haven again? To be fair, why are you sacking on defense against Apex? What was my notes? Where the fuck is my book? Mates versus Koi. Mates Haven. Your defense was bad. You lost to 4 BXX against Apex. You were playing an Overflood on C and losing CXX. You didn't play for Retake C, I don't think. You were putting 2 trips C the entire game. And you swapped the server and the Omen. The server playing Garage, and so you had no A main info. Yeah. Your 2 trips on C were useless. Nobody even capitalized on them. And then you won the overtime because Click just decided to plus W into A main. So I don't know if you swap those things out for that Koi game, but Koi sucked at Haven. Maybe we did watch this Haven game actually, and I did say that I wanted to see it from Gentlemates' POV because I was flaming Koi and being like, well, maybe Gentlemates are doing stuff that I'm not even realizing because I'm just watching Koi do some stuff that I don't like. So unfortunately, we're going to watch some Haven. And we're not listening with sound because I'm casting and I'm too insecure right now to listen to myself. So gun round. Breach stun. Breach is ready to stun from B. I quite like the position because if the B hit does happen, like stunning from back here was also pretty not bad. But to be honest with you, if Zipan gets caught here for a jet dash on pistol, he's fucked. Like back in the day, like Leo would play like here a lot, and it was like quite good on like rifle rounds. But I think on pistol, this is a bit dangerous. So I expect he's just waiting for the stun and then he's gonna move, I guess. Doesn't need to stun and should be moving now. Should be moving. Oh, he just goes to play Gong. Okay. Bro, this is ballsy, but mini. Camera. I mean, there might be anti-strat or something. Koi didn't play Haven, so probably not. So he's got the camera, knows that no one's C long, and then just gets into cubby. It's a ballsy play. But now the play looks kind of cool. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if you saw this camera and you come clear this camera, which they're about to do, if you clear this camera out, you suspect that the Cypher's just sitting, like, retake C, right? You wouldn't necessarily expect him to be in this cubby. So, like, I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't, like, yeah. Like, Grabinho's, like, you see this? It's like, he's not, like, he's kind of checked it, but not really, you know? And then they played for Flood C. So how did they Flood C? Like, what info did they get? So they just left. I mean, Koi have done nothing to take vision away from A, so they're able to just rotate 4 here. And I mean, against a Neon, if you leave a person, if they leave a person here, then Neon's gonna be the other side of the map so quickly that like you're probably fucked, unless you rush. So this is kind of won them the round. I mean, they did do this was yesterday what we kind of criticized. It's like, from Mates' point of view, they hear this turret, the drone. There's now no info on long. And so they would probably start sliding across. But Koi fuck up and start their exec early. Like, they don't wait for Mates to react to the drone fake. And so, to be honest with you, we don't even get to see how Mates would have played it had Koi actually played the right protocol there. Because Koi's pistol was nice, but they fuck up the execution. The fake was poor. The timing was off. The fake was good, the timing was off, sorry. The execution was bad. I mean, Cadaver pushing out. Anytime I see someone pushing out of space and like going for something aggressively on flanks, I'm always happy. So, I mean, this is good. Well played from Cadaver. And then the slide in on the retake was pretty nice. Here it's your prep. If I hear a single point that you make that is anything on my document, I am going to be calling HR and saying Billy's a fraud. I have actually wondered about that because I've heard analysts and CS will sometimes not even talk in the green room to each other because they like there's some people that they don't want like to like steal their point. I'm just like, bro, like if the analyst desk becomes like that level, then I'm just like I'm out. You know what I mean? Like that seems like not a healthy work environment, you know what I mean? That does happen. Bro, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say like if me and you are on the desk, I'm just gonna be saying like the worst takes possible on purpose, and then just see if I trap you. I give you all the worst takes possible, see if you steal them, and then if you make a single point that even comes close to what I've just said, I'll just reverse it. Be like, what? What do you mean? I totally disagree with you, Billy. No, I'm sure it'll be fine. The equivalent of letting someone win in scrims from running triple smokes. Yeah, a little bit, I guess. I mean, at the end of the day, I feel like our job is to make the broadcast as good as possible. Like, obviously, like there is like that individual part where like it's like when you're a player, like you can make yourself look good from stats, but your team sucks. Or you can try and do both, which I guess is the point, like trying to make the broadcast as good as possible. Whilst also, you know, trying to make yourself look good, I guess. Aspas? Bro, if I hear more people trying to claim that Aspas is like just there to make himself look good, like Aspas would have to have pulled the biggest con of all time if he's convinced me that he's good when he's not or something. Like that guy's one of the that guy might be the greatest player in Valorant history, and people are like, oh, he just plays for stats. It's like, I mean, if you're that good, you're that good. Like I don't really like. Sure, maybe there might be times I might need to watch some VODs and actually get my opinion down on this, but it's kind of undoubtable how good he is, right? Like imagine being like literally like it's not even arguable that he's like top 5 player of all time and people are still throwing shade. Like imagine being the top 5 of something in the world and people are like, yeah, but you still bait. It's like, yeah, but I am the top 5. Yeah, but you're a beta. It's like, okay, I guess I'll go fuck myself then. Okay, I didn't actually see how Mitch one was wrong. I'm waffling. Mate's doing the... I'm gonna call this the Elmer Putty trip because we use this sometimes for some setups. I'm not like... It makes the long player feel kind of comfortable, but like at the same time, if this trip gets broken, I feel like you're probably fucked anyway. Like, if they walk up here, you are probably dead. Well, actually... The Sova Garage is curious. I talked about that before. Like, they never have info on A because they have Sova Garage. It is a bit of a problem. Like, okay, Neon's been pushed off, now what? So we just... Like, it's a bonus round, so I guess we just overstack towards A at a certain point. Oh, okay. Could... Mid repush. The reason I would suspect to have a Sova Garage sometimes is... It's not bad for the garage hold, but like surely this kind of play should be informed with some like recon or drone or something. Wouldn't that make more sense? Or at least Robbie should be ready right now to actually support. Like Cadaver has just walked down middle dry with no support. Like we're playing retake C whilst we got a mid push. Like it's really weird. So something weird happened there. It's like nice, but something not coordinated in my opinion. And then they overstack towards A because of the info we have. I mean, Koi have not like Koi, like if you remember me saying it yesterday, they created no question marks on the map at all. Like mates pretty much know that they can't, they have to be here, and so play 3 there, and then Koi go for a long exec with no salvos and just look like noobs. Grow a mustache, please. Who's the other person with So and Kukuko on the GC desk? I think he's like a... I don't know. I don't know. There was a couple of people's names being floated around for potentially, because obviously there was a situation where like everyone was getting sick for kickoff, and we're like, some people are like, couldn't we get some more people to make sure that, you know, we have enough people? So there were a few names floated around from like Counter-Strike or Rainbow Six, I think, but I don't know who that guy is, to be honest. I can't grow a mustache. If the last time I tried to grow facial hair, I let my, like, I have to shave every day to not look like a prepubescent child. But if I let it go for like 2 weeks, I would just look like an idiot. I don't look like I got facial hair. I just look like I need to shave. How should Deadlock be played in pro play? I love those questions because usually I want to say like it shouldn't, but like right now it's actually kind of okay. I mean, nowadays on attack you're playing it to like probably first cycle default the net somewhere to take map control, and then you use it for your exec. And then once you're kind of conditioned, it's a bit like almost Teo theory with the net, I feel like. Although with Teo you can obviously break shit. Defensively, it's going to be a lot of trap plays. It's going to be a lot of trap plays and like faking trap plays. So like you're going to use the wall as like you're mostly going to use it doing trap plays, but then if you're not in the trap play, you're kind of using your wall to kind of slow down the side of the map you're on whilst the other side of the map is doing stuff, basically. See the bit about, is map haven balanced enough? What do you mean by the word balance? Can you explain? Yeah, so again, Koi are not doing anything to push off A main control. Mates have a complete read. They have there's no question as to where Koi are at all. Koi are going for a B exec. It doesn't matter that it's open for mates because B isn't that scary to retake from. They do a lot of damage with the server ult. Koi find themselves in a terrible post-plant position. And they lose the round. It's not the best map to watch because I don't think Koi are very good at this map. They've already... Mates haven't had to work for a lot of these things. If now Koi went into like a garage default, like cleared out garage, and like created some question marks, they wouldn't really know how many were where on the map, but like they're never really pressured. Like there's cameras just looking into garage and they don't really, there's nothing, you know what I mean? The camera's looking into garage basically. The camera's basically got control of all of this, and now like Robbie has to go watch B. Like this breach can still go A. Like it's a bit too easy. They didn't really play around with the breach shot here though. Like Flyer was going to use the breach shot, go in, and Gentleman's didn't really have a protocol to deal with it. They're going to go in on tap, which is nice. I like that. The problem with it is though is that like they don't expect the lurk basically. This smoke early should have been like if you, I don't know if you guys saw this smoke here, they're very worried about it. This should be now if they start making noise A, it's okay, be careful, because they could have used that smoke to like do something weird on mid, like leave someone here. And I'm surprised that like they're not really considering that lurk. Like Zipan is very much like not concerned about it at all. But the idea of like flooding on tap here is really nice. Like the breach ult means that like if you look, the breach ult comes in, the rotations are happening. We're already ready to flood, and then on tap we flood because obviously if you go on flood on tap, it means that someone's not going to have their gun out. So it was a nice idea from mates, but the flank was too good. So it was a nice flood by mates, but the fact that they left the B flank open was kind of a little bit egregious, given the amount of pressure that was sent towards B with that smoke. Hello, Yampi. What did I eat today? I've not eaten enough today. I went to the gym with Kita. So right now, what am I on? I'm on a piece of flatbread, a protein bar, and then this protein mousse thing called Get Pro. So I need to eat some food after the stream. I mean, I'll eat a lot of food after the stream. What have you eaten today, Yampi? What is your food in Berlin? Isn't amazing. Are you in Berlin? You guys are in Berlin now, right now, I guess? I guess you're back in Berlin. So I would argue in this situation, this is where mates kind of struggled against Apex, I think, from my notes. Was that like, look how far away the support is to Mini. Like, we have one person who can flood, maybe at timing, and then no one after. Like, usually in these flood, like these situations, if you're going to try and hold C, you want like one person here, and probably like one person coming in. Whereas like, it's kind of ballsy for Mini to go for like a hold here. Or for them to go for a flood here even. Like, there's no support ready. Luckily, Filus ran straight into a Cypher trip. What the fuck is that trip, by the way? That trip was pretty good, right? That's not a bad trip, right? I think there is a shock that breaks, like, everything around here, though. But here to here is kind of cool. It's a very default trip. Oh, okay. What do I think about changing Kamek to Robbie? Like, is that kind of question is like impossible for me to answer because I don't like it. Look like obviously it looks a bit stupid on paper. Like no one's gonna say that like it looks good on paper, but then nobody knows what's actually going on in the team or like what Robbie was or wasn't doing. Seeing as Mini as a misogynist, is there anyone interested doing a GC watch party? One sec. Give me a second. Am I watching GC or am I actually gonna have a nice rest? It's KC G2. I'll watch it. Give me a minute. I'll watch it. I'll watch that game. I'm not gonna watch the second game though. I'll watch G2 KC. What's the I saved a meme recently about being a misogynist. It's this one, I think. Yeah, this isn't bad. This would be my post maybe if I was doing a Twitter post for GC. Although I don't think I can get away with that stuff anymore. I don't think I can get away with it anymore. I don't think my employers watch my streams, but they might see my Twitter. Now the neon middle approach outlaw. I mean, it's anti-eco, who cares? One switch up of a setup, because Click's got an AWP. Making it feel like there's pressure on A, but it's just a Cypher retakes it up. Neon solo with AWP. They Cadaver farms. I mean, Koi aren't having fun there. Koi are the best team in the world at getting farmed by these kind of angles, it feels like. I love the way that when I flame, I say positives. I frame it as the positive. Like, they're not the worst team in the world at dying. They're the best team in the world at getting killed here. Like, that game against Liquid, that, like, I think Kiko just killed them in the side of the head, like, 100 times. And then they're doing, like, a Cypher. Okay, again, they're just doing their Cypher. Make it feel like they're A, but they're not. And then watch. I guarantee one of them runs into this trip. I think I remember it happening. No. Okay, but he still gets a kill somehow, doesn't he? No. Okay, never mind. I misremembered. The 4A trap. The A is the only thing that Koi's worked with. That's worked, so they just play 4A. I mean, they're doing good defense stuff. And then their attack the time before was pretty good, so I don't need to watch this. I got notes. Okay.
Viper pseudo sentinel, if you really want to put it out there, and just fully reliant on fully setting Vanya up in all of these scenarios.
What are these
It feels
arrows?
like, for Carmine Corp, it's a little bit different, right? You've got different duelists each map, you've got different comps each map, and even though they are playing the breach, it just hasn't really been as successful as I guess they might have wanted for the duelist. But everyone else has been
Can I
playing well. Lance in particular, I believe, is like right up there in the statistics.
I don't. Okay. When I used to watch Pi, I think I'd flame graphics like that, but now I'm like working, like I feel like I can't because then I just look like a fucking asshole. But I don't think it's particularly useful to highlight how teams change specific agents on, across different maps.
I think that we were seeing in those two compositions. Yes, there are.
It's a protein pot. It was a yogurt, yes, with protein inside. Oh, I'm gonna lean back on my chair and die. She looks like she could play live action Viper. Who? Do you do any exercise? I've been going to the gym a lot. What's my game day meal? I don't eat on game day. Yampy, I didn't eat on game day for like 4 years. What I do is I nervously try to eat a snack, and then as soon as the game is done, I go home and order like disgusting food. Disgusting high-calorie, carby food. It's not an anorexia strat, it's the opposite. It's the way to make you fat. You eat no food during the day, and then you just eat like 3,000 calories when you get home.
So far on the 2 maps they've accumulated in the playoffs, and that's because she's pretty much had to, right? You know, we saw that the duelist was underperforming, but GX, similar to Petra before,
Yeah, I couldn't eat on game day.
Plays, getting up in the face of their opponents, and just managing to at least have an incredible trade game.
Yeah, last year I forced myself as much as I could. Protein shakes would help. To just drink some calories.
Should not be doing that, but you have to be paying her the big bucks if she's doing that as well as Cole.
And also thinking about like the history of her coming from
the stew meta.
In 2020.
Bro, when you're at an event, you don't have access to stew.
For me, like the of it is we've seen so many role swaps. Players that were controllers, now they're playing duelists. I like the fact
Smoothie
that
for breakfast. That's a good chat.
versatility is one of the
Smoothie's a good
reasons
chat.
why players are picked and actually excelling. And for GX is the same. Like last year, we would see her on the Gecko, the Breach, and then the Deadlock or the Sage. She has so much experience that even in this situations, I think that she has a very big playbook in her head.
She does indeed. And I actually got to talk to her about that, about her transition to KC and controller. Let's take a look at this. And now I have GX with me from KC. Thank you so much for taking the time. How are you doing today?
I'm doing fine. I'm so comfortable. How are you?
I'm doing fine, thank you. You're like the first person to ever ask me in return. I appreciate that. Let's talk about you, though. I want to talk about your experience so far because you just joined KC, you switched to controller. That's a lot of changes to deal with. So, what's the transition been?
That's the easiest way to get someone to like you in interviews is you just immediately ask how they are back. Players should learn that trick.
3 years breach like Flash, Initiator, and when you switch the controller, the things are changed because you have to play a little bit more safer. If you die, there is no smoke, etc. And but I kind of like it because with Initiator, it is a little bit hard to do IGL. So I am really fine right now to.
If you're asked in an
control
interview, how are
IGL.
you?
So yeah, it was
They don't.
hard, but now it's
In the
fully
interviewer
controlled.
interviewee context,
I mean, you look
people don't
comfortable
usually
as,
say,
bragging
"And
out
how are
about
you?"
IGL still, so all good, all good.
Have you watched
You
any
also
GC
did
this
it
split?
up
I
like
watched
never IGL before, and now you're that again. Having someone
I've
that
watched
you
a few
used to play
games.
with before in the team, has that helped
I've
you
watched
transition into this
G2
new
play
role?
like
I
3
mean,
times.
it should not affect, but of course it
I've
will
watched
affect,
KC play a couple of
because I
times.
know her and I really like
I
her
watched Giant
game style as
X
a
G2
duelist.
yesterday.
Alkia is the most comfortable duelist in the game changer, I think, because like she is just born for duelist,
I watched some
So I know her
Zerons
since 3 years, since our first
versus Giant X, I
our
think.
team. So yeah, it is it's going good and it's affected very good way.
That's awesome to hear. Yeah, some
He
people just have this
hate
duelist
watches.
gene. It's in their blood.
He
Yeah.
hates watching when I'm working.
Yes.
I mean, that's what
Okay.
Pansy said too.
I have a very specific question for you,
Oh, yeah.
GX, because in our player questionnaire that we send out to get some information about the players, we have asked players to share a nice message to another player. And your message was specifically to Petra. You said, I will win against you one day. Can you give us the backstory here? Is there some lore that we need to be aware of? Why Petra specifically?
To be honest, I am so competitive person, and I was watching a lot
If
of
everyone's
CS,
saying it, maybe it's
also,
for a reason.
and I
Yeah, the
was watching
reason
her
is that
gameplay,
everyone's
so
insecure.
I really like her gameplay
That's
and
why.
herself because she's
Name a woman.
really cute
Billy.
and funny. I mean, I just typed this message for only fun, but it can be like, she was my idol, and now I am almost same level. We are fighting in the same level, kinda, and so that's why I just typed her name, and I'm gonna win against you one day. Like, yeah,
Could be today.
could be
You never
today,
know,
maybe, yeah, why
exactly.
not?
But we just
Why was
speak
I
it
the
into
first woman to come
existence,
to
right?
mind and
And
not your
then
mother?
manifest those kind of things. Well, last time you
because
guys, played against
because the running
GX,
joke
it was
is a
Liz.
running
It did
joke
go
that
2-1.
Liz asked
Do you have
me
any big
name a
takeaways from
woman,
that loss?
and then I just say the
Specifically
first
for
woman I
your
see in
head
Twitch
GX?
chat.
To be honest, it was like a little bit confidence
Did you do
problem
the
with
100
her,
women
but
challenge?
we
You can
managed
remember.
to
The answer is
like
obviously no.
play
I
against
would,
them very good. But it was
there's
for
not a
little
chance I'm
mistakes, like
doing it.
it's like a personality mistake, like confidence, nervous, or something, and a bit game plan. But I think like when we watch ourselves back, like in the VOD reviews or something, we saw that like it was
I don't know
really
if it would
like
be
little
worse
mistake
or
that it can fix in the short term.
I wonder,
So
like
we
if
are
I did it
ready
with men
for that,
first, would it
and yeah,
really
that's all. We fixed our mistakes and we are
would it
coming
would it
really
really
soon.
hurt my
Well, I am very
chances of
excited to
looking
see
like
what
a
you
normal
run
human?
today, GX. Thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck in the match.
Because
Thank
one
you
of the
so
problems
much.
with those with the challenge is I
Oh
don't
no,
know
like you
people.
have to reach them. So it's like,
I don't know
listen,
people.
I am very, very excited
Name
to
3
see
men
how
right now.
this one is gonna go down. So let's talk about about the maps. Like, I
Will
really wanna
Will
see
Smith.
I have a feeling I've got an idea of where we want to
Yeah, I
go.
can.
but
Yeah.
both of them banned
Can they be
permanents,
dead or
so it
alive,
might
or
be a
does
bit
it have
of
to
a
be
shaker as to
just
who's gonna do that. It looks like
alive
it
people?
might be G2. All right,
Living
I thought
people.
maybe they
Alive
were gonna
people or
play
living
Chicken
people?
and float that one down the line, but didn't end up happening.
They
Fractured
can
out
be
of there
dead.
with
Oh,
no
okay.
pearl, so I don't think
Yeah, I
anyone's
could
gonna
name
be
a bunch
surprised
of
by
male
KC
dead
going straight to
musicians and
Haven.
stuff,
They've
can't
been
I?
doing it all season so far.
I'm not playing for time. Like
G2 is
Jimi
huge
Hendrix,
because
Kurt
they won
Cobain,
13-2 yesterday,
like
and KC
Anthony
haven't played
Kiedis.
since
Like I could just go
last
through
season.
like
We don't
fucking
even know
rock
what
stars,
team
couldn't
against
I? And
KC
I
on the
probably get
defense.
like
And then
a lot.
the third and final map, that's looking like we're going straight to Ascent. And there's usually
Or
only one comp
comedians.
on Ascent, but I was looking at the comps from both of these teams.
Yeah, I
leading
mean
up
it's
to
it's
this,
pretty
and
easy.
they're
Yeah,
playing
fuck.
things that are different to what the meta was. So this is going to be a very interesting series.
I mean,
Yeah, maybe
definitely.
the teams have been cooking. Kuka, I want to get your take here. Haven.
Yeah, no,
that's
I'd
the
fucking
one
suck
map
at that.
KC actually
Yeah.
took off of G2 in the groups, but they have since switched up.
The
their
Val
their
players, you have to
map
name their
and
first
had
name
more
and second
success.
name, is what
Yeah,
we
I
said.
mean, I really like the fact
Well,
that
Prince,
G2 Golden has decided
Prince
to
does
start on the
Prince. You can
defense
say
here,
Prince,
because
but like
actually,
with
this
the Valorant
composition
players, you have
works
to get
very
both
well
names.
from the defense because you have the double TP. Vanya is going to be very aggressive, I assume, with that operator trying to find those picks. She's going to be finding a lot of support, and actually, is the retakes that have made the this map so good. As you're saying, this is the one map that KC was able to take.
You can't
from
say
G2
Prince because he's
Ghosts,
the
and
artist
I
formerly
wanna
known
see
as
how both of
Prince.
the teams are
Nice.
feeling after
This guy
yesterday's
knows his
performance.
music
I do
history.
think that G2 Ghosts treats every team as is the best team that they could be playing.
Prince is a
They do not
weirdo, man.
underestimate anyone.
If you,
Nothing that's going to serve them.
I think I've listened to
Well, we'll
Kevin
find out
Smith
in
has
just a
like this
second,
like
as I believe
there's
we
a
are
video on
ready
YouTube where
to
he's
get
like
this one started.
talking about
Games are up
a
and
time
running.
where he was
Final
gonna make a
Mitch and
project
Tom
with
will be covering all
Prince.
the action.
It's a pretty good video to listen to.
Thank you so much, Zoe. Yes, we're ready to dive on into our first series of today. And
He's a
to our
pretty
upper
strange guy.
final. Tom, pleasure to have you back here with me.
Any
What a banger
Googleable
we
name
got
is
lined
the
up, huh?
usual. I don't think. I
Yeah,
think. I
managed
think
to
you have
claw
to.
my way back
I don't
into
think I can
G2
say like
after
Mimi.
I was rudely replaced.
You know what I mean?
by
Like I think
Master
that's
and
cheating.
Force Cuckoo over the last couple of days.
Like
No,
I'm really
saying.
hurting
I'm
my
glad we got-
chances
got
here.
the
Really hurting my
game coming
chances.
back in. I think the one that again people are looking at as a potential final.
But like I
match,
don't
think
think
we're
you
gonna
can just
have
be
a
like,
really
oh yeah,
good
Mimi,
match.
Petra, Amy, Vanya. No. Like
Without a doubt. I mean, this is somewhere that I'm expecting it to go the distance, and I'll be disappointed if it doesn't. G2 versus KC. And we're getting into Haven first, really digging our teeth into this one. You see in the middle of your screen some history, and this is a map that both teams have played extensively. What are your
I don't even know your
expectations
real
going
name.
in here, Tom?
that was funny.
That's
Like
the thing, we
one of
saw
my
them
friends from uni came down the other day,
early
and like
in the tournament.
my friends in
That was
Brighton call me
before
Mini
we saw the
because
match
they're like
break
all
was the
gamer people.
competition. This is where you kinda need to see
And we
some
have like
things
8
from
Jakes in our friend
already.
group that like
Fantastic start
we have a
to the
lot of
game.
people called Jake in our
To
friends
get
group.
that opener.
Um,
We'll also deal with Petra. That's
so
the controller already gone.
it was like the
Especially
first time that like one of my friends had just heard me called Mini the
Yeah,
entire
especially
time, which is
looking
kind
at
of
their
funny.
game yesterday, G2 were always having Petra
How's
sneaking up
Amy?
behind. It was that omen that got in the back of their opponent's heads. Well, maybe GX can
I
do
feel
it.
like any time on
Same.
pistol that
KC
people
got
cross this
2
space, the
picks
player
down,
here
and
nowadays
wide
seems to
open
not
with a
respect it.
pre-plant and a little
Or
bit
if
of
they could
Russian
cross that space, they
beef
don't seem to
hardball.
respect it.
GX has gone inside
I
the
don't know if
side
Amy
and
just like
Dog
had to kill at
thought he
recon
would
for a
vault
second
it
and
with
turned
him,
or
but
something,
they're
but
not gonna commit to it. Instead,
and then we saw G2
losing
coming
their
out here,
looking
but they
for
should have
something
just
that
done the
they
thing
are
we saw
looking
Giant
as
X
they
do.
come out, but not able to deal with their
Like I don't know why they've
own
cleared all this
three.
space and then just gone back this way
Should be this
to go
round
through the
done
tiny
and
choke
dusted.
points. But it is what it is.
still to use as well in the late position.
You went
They're
to
at
school.
least a little bit cheeky with their
I
ability
mean,
to
come
farm
on.
up.
Like you can't.
Not gonna
If
be
you're gonna
easy
flame
to
me for
go
one
all
thing,
around, and
it's
that's the
got. It
thing.
can't
And
be
looking at the
that.
competition
Surely.
that we currently have on the board, obviously, I think we know what
You
we
can't. You
can
can't
expect
get me
from
with that
G2.
one.
A lot of potential set plays, trying to get your new superstar duelist Vania into position.
Unless you mean like I was
Very
homeschooled
direct,
and
very
therefore like I'm a
brutal.
bit
Like,
weird
they
or
can try
something.
to set up, try and be tricky and look for angles. If they call
Uh,
up and hit very
it's St.
directly, which
Patrick's
you
Day.
definitely can do with this sort of composition, that's a way that you
I've
can
always
get one
wondered if
advantage.
St.
All that
Patrick's
info
Day is
you're
bigger in
getting from
America
G2
than it is in
is
Ireland.
completely null and void if they just hit one of the sites.
Well, map number 1 starting in KC's favor, and that's exactly what they're hoping.
Because
for
Americans
coming
love
into
to
this
say that
series.
they're
Of
like
course,
part
not only
Irish
is
and
their map
stuff.
pick, but within stage 1, they're undefeated.
You
on
should should have dressed as an Irish gnome.
Incredibly one-sided results up there as well. One of the closer ones being up against G2.
It's a shame that,
They
like,
already faced each other
gnomes are more
and it was,
considered, like,
well, I wouldn't say
men,
firmly
right?
in favor of KC,
There's
but
like
you
a
know, they
gender
called it,
divide in the
and it's
gnome
not every
community.
day that you see
Because
that.
you're
So
fucking primed to be a
already seeing
gnome.
around
You'd make a
the board, and
fantastic
second
gnome.
where they've avoided
I don't know
the
why
stacks
you're
of
speaking.
G2, which was on the B site with a crunch ready off Mimi's utility that would come blitzing into mid and punishing any aggression. Well, this is a very good step towards success for KC.
Yeah, I think something that's definitely worth noting is where both teams are.
Did your nickname come before you reached your final height? I was 10 years old when I had the name Mini Man as one of my like nickname things. My gamer, I don't know, online alias. The annoying thing is, I reckon if my name wasn't Mini, I'd get flamed nowhere near as much for being small, because I'm not even, in the grand scheme of things, that small. Like, I'm small, but I'm not like, you know. Like, my friends were watching a video the other day, a YouTube video the other day, where it's like, I don't know what the name of it is, but it's like, there's like 8 people blindfolded, right? Stood in a line. And they're all like something. They all might be like vegans or something, right? And they've got to try and work out who's not the vegan in the group, and they're asking each other questions. And one of the categories was like small people. So everyone in the line was like 5'1" to 5'6" or something. And then one of them was just like a 6-foot guy trying to pretend to be small, and they had to guess who was the small guy. And my friends were trying to figure out if I was small enough to be on the show, or if I was taller than that. And it's almost like they've had this complete cognitive dissonance between like actually knowing my height and not knowing my height because my name's Mini. And they just flame me all the time for being small. How tall do you think I am? You are 5 foot.
The majority of our opponents about to walk into a crosshair, but smoke will delay.
10, 5'9". You're quite tall from what I remember. We've met once, right?
And even if they can, as you said,
5'9", 5'10". You felt like you were quite tall.
That's fine.
Okay, 5'9". There we go.
Exactly. It does suck though that the player going down is your own.
You were in hills.
They were very much gearing
okay.
up for that A hit. And Vanya
yeah, because I was thinking is 6 foot.
I mean,
you felt very tall, but yeah, the heals probably help.
Take it in the other direction, and they have found a much more open site. Nello had utility based in garage. She's pushing up though, taking a risk to try to stop that spike from going down, and it's worked out. It could have been.
I should probably watch the game.
And KC could have had a chance in closer angles and with an outlaw on range, but instead the spike is on the floor, but not planted. A flawless round from G2 as well. That's exactly
part of me is still annoyed when tall girls wear heels though. Like part of me is like, for fuck's sake, man, they're taller than me already and they're wearing heels. Like, for fuck's sake. I'm not that secure to be like, oh yeah, Slay Queen.
Two players basically going in to fight the full force of 4 players. It's a big risk, and I think KC kind of didn't expect them to do that.
I should wear heels too. That's true. I should wear heels too.
Very much so.
Everyone thinks I'm taller because everyone in America is super short. Everyone in EMEA is quite short too. Like Bear's actually Bear's actually the tallest.
Desperately trying to get out. The decoy sets up for a second, although it doesn't land. Damage done to GX as well. That short control constantly being
I think Bear's the tallest.
Or whether it's a teammate, and now Nello with that deep control.
Even Ryan and Zesht and Lothar probably would have been the tallest, I guess.
They have lost Vanya in the meantime.
Yeah, she wanted a cake and wanted to eat.
Oh, everyone in America's. Oh wait, yeah, America's tall actually. Ender, Bren. Ender and Bren are tall. Sideshow's like normal guy height, right? Wyatt's tall, yeah. Milan is from Netherlands.
That's why Amy got the kill.
Andre Uber. Baby Base tall? I don't know why Is that Baby Base name, Andre? Or am I getting that wrong?
Inside this smoke and get out, but where does she go if it's towards long? That's exactly where Nello is waiting.
Uber seems tall, yeah. I thought Baby Bay was short for some reason. I don't know why. I feel like that's a flame to say someone seems sure. It's like you've got negative aura, but it's like Baby Bay has the opposite of negative aura. Who's Andre? Is that Uber? No, Uber's Mitch. Bro, I'm getting confused. Baby Bay, what is Baby Bay's name?
Well,
I
that's
thought
the
it
thing,
was
still goes Amy's way, but yeah, the bigger error is just
Andre is
the
Mitch.
initial
Mitch
peak
is
from
Uber.
Vanya, and then
Mitch
also,
is Uber.
again,
What?
just
What are you saying?
had a deeper angle on that.
Andre is Baby Bay.
just
Okay,
jumped
yeah.
out
Okay.
Yeah, it's just silly.
Okay.
And those are
Dre.
uncharacteristic.
For some reason, someone said Dre, and I'm like, yeah, I thought his name was Dre. And then I'm like, oh wait, Andre. Yeah. Where's Baby Bay from? What? Andre.
This is why we talk
It's like a Polish kind of name. It looks like Slovak, Croatian, Slovenian. I know he's American, but like, fucking hell. Right. There's an ultimate. Glances back on Sova. Oh no, why am I thinking? I thought Glance was Petra for a second. Petra's still on smokes. Mimi? That Cypher Cam didn't check her? She's owned it. Oh! Okay, she got two. She got two, that's fine.
Now looking to take control of this space. But the problem is, again, they're still here. Nello is eagerly awaiting the arrival of someone in the cam, is spotting all the info.
They still got to try and figure out where she is. Nice work. We'll get one. But the salvos through have taken down GX.
Don't fuck with Breach Tail on Haven.
Actually will be
Think Sova Tail clears it?
easy for Amy. It was a good response in the
I don't think
previous
Sova
round,
Dead
but
Dog clears
the
it.
damage is definitely
Sova...
done here. And this is what I'm talking about. Like, if you're solid on your attack,
Sovateo? I could see Sovateo if you have some good protocols around dealing with not having instant A main control.
Mimi just pushing up all the way into middle as a breach. Like, these are not the most, like, I would say logical plays, but it's stuff that G2 goes and knows they can get away with.
I'm fine with Breach Tail.
Up style of rotating around and taking fights, so there are gaps, and they
I should actually look at the stats for comp soon. That's like I need to do.
Close start in terms of scoreline, but these coming rounds are going to decide a whole lot. Credits on the line for G2, but Vanya. Pick onto Glance, someone who
also look at the
clutched
buy
out
on the
one of
other
the
side.
previous rounds. Indeed, big weaknesses across the board, and Alkia dropped as well.
I have seen Captain Car's website with all the synergies. The only problem with the website though is it would take a long time for me to figure out, like,
losing a lot of players on long, despite being in a 2v5. Safia pushed deep into B. The problem is,
it's like to figure out, like, it's not. You have to kind of hover over stuff to figure out the samples and stuff. So you have to figure, like, it's not immediately apparent.
A few extra credits.
Like, it's a cool website, but some of the stuff is not immediately apparent. Like,
I don't expect to see that Rolling Thunder
what the sample sizes are. But you can filter out the sample sizes, I guess.
Find some huge impacts over the next couple of fights, and you can see that there's no reason for G2 Gozen to really overface in this scenario. Still having plenty of utility. Safia gone, one standing, and it's going to be another flawless round. I think that's the second they've now had of the three that are on the board.
You just gave the answer and ignores it. Bro, I saw you said Lebanese and Slovak. I saw the Slovak part, and I presumed it came from the Slovak part.
Drop a couple of weapons. G2 will still be kept relatively close to that bread line. The game might not be ran away with, but another flawless here. That's a huge moneymaker, a big buffer for G2 now existing. Look, they're coming into this round with 3K plus on almost every player. For KC, it's not really a matter of needing to put rounds on the board in the next one or two, but we need to see them do damage. This has to be a competitive one at least. And G2 building up momentum never really ends well for the other team.
Straight off the bat, we're going to have that dimensional drift. That operator has been handed over to Petra to try and have some control over to A, but KC have done well to sort of force her off of this position. Vanya, I was going to say, if she's sticking this, that's mental, but decides to fall back.
Wow.
Petra, quick enough on the trigger, and well, There was something that was said in the interview earlier from GX. It was like, now I'm playing smokes, I have to make sure I don't go down early. I'm certain that's now 2 rounds.
Sorry, I hadn't checked Twitter today really, and I just saw a lot of posts about EWC, and some. I like that Sentinel's post about it included like the red squiggly line. You know, like Microsoft Word when you spell a word wrong, and it has the red squiggly line. Their like press release had like the red squiggly line on it still, and I was like, that's not exactly the best press release about potential, you know, controversial subjects. You know, I don't know. Like, probably would have done that one with a graphic designer, maybe. I don't know.
We need to see a step up immediately or this game will slip away. And this is the problem. Look at the G2. They don't give opportunities. They're grouped as 4 towards this. What was that? Okay, gave an opportunity with the repeat, but they're shutting it down.
Okay, G2 are back. Okay, let's focus a little bit. Let's focus a little bit.
Yeah, like, to have 4 players just out the backside of Garage is ridiculous. Like, they knew exactly.
To be fair, they probably should have just. The content of what that said probably didn't even need a press release. It didn't really say anything, did it?
Even with a bullet or 2 not quite connecting in the manner they wanted, that was so easy.
How far can I go with just flaming it that like, like the press release pretty much just said, we want a bit more money. See you later. That's pretty much what they should have said.
Amy duo, like taking Amy off the Sentinel, off the solo player, putting her in a spot now where a lot of the time she's going to play
nearly 100 times 100 lock-ins.
That is not the story of this map.
Lovely. Right, big ults. KC taking a timeout on low buy round. They have the opportunity to. They should be buying some stingers and then using, like, looking to use. They don't really want to use the breach ult. But I don't hate the idea of them, like, using it to try and get these ults out, maybe? Like, going for, like, a fast approach A, and then, like, making them use these ults on retake or something. The unfortunate thing is that GC Sheriff is, like, such a meme that I think that they always just overbuy Sheriffs, and then split and pick. It'd be interesting, like, if I could actually get the stats on GC Sheriff, and then just piss everyone off by reminding them that it's probably actually not really a consistent strategy. Unless I am completely wrong, and it's definitely a thing. Don't do that. It was proved to be a real thing? Okay. What does it mean to prove it's a real thing, though? Did they track it against not buying buying like stingers on these types of rounds? Ooh. What? She didn't even have the pixel angle, it didn't look like.
The answer so far has been no, and I can't really say
check the stats and only speak if it's real. No, like, I'm not that much of a dick. Like, if it was a real thing, I'd use it, you know what I mean? I'd be like, okay, though, GC Sheriff, I'm all for memeing. I just like my memes to be based on hard evidence and facts. Memes equals truth in my world.
From that point, G2 with another round, 3 players alive, op carried through. All the boxes are being ticked by this defensive side.
Yeah, again.
Oh, GC teams have a higher tendency to win low buys. That doesn't surprise me, though. If you're gonna be, like, real about it.
Now, I'll say, like, this round, you're going to take gambles. You basically had nothing invested. You had a Blade Storm. Like, I have no problem with some of the fights that were taken. This is where I want to see a change. Like, can you try and force...
Who's considered the best player on the server? I think after, like, yesterday, people would start saying Amy. I think both Vanya and Amy are the highest skill players on the server. I don't know too much about the KC roster, but I don't think that any of them are as good as Amy or Vanya. And then the third player might even be Nello.
the rest of the squad waiting for a threat that they haven't sensed since those ultis have been online. They know that
Petra.
in the previous round.
They need to ult, bro.
Now the advantage with the rolling
Okay, never mind. She's fine.
dodged by Petra and then sent back in the other direction. Mimi's ult
Nice
now
little flood in.
and this is why they
Petra's Petra was a little slow on that ult, to be honest. Though.
already come. It's GX alone against the horde of G2. The Seaside overrun the squad down and the ult 2 points away. Can't even go.
I thought she just ult out because like it was
And even then, the three would just stand
she was
on it.
kind of
It's
in
the
a troubling position,
that will
but
be the bone
she got a
moving
little bit
line
lucky that Memea was there to save her.
Convincing G2 victory. And
Or
again,
actually, Casey just didn't actually capitalize on the breach shot at all. They just fucking baited.
next round with even more.
I think that the bigger thing for me here is starting to see the trend of how good
Yeah, Haven
Haven
is
has been
Casey's
with
map
Titan.
pick as well.
7 and 4, whatever you want to talk about that. They're using their trips as contact. So every time that trip is
Glance has
over,
been the best
someone
player
immediately comes
in
through.
Casey and Cage,
This round was all about
stage one.
winning.
Yeah, so to be honest with you, like Glance is a good player, but like I don't think that she's better than Amy, Vanya, or Nella.
So they had the info so that Mimi's in position to counter whatever ult they threw in. Vanya, very aggressive once more. I was about to say, if you stick around there, you've gone mad, but...
Run it back isn't broken, I don't think. I checked it the other day, and there was stuff was working better, so I don't know if it's still broken. The Boaster Quad Graduate. The results bit is okay. I mean, I was looking at like Waylay matches and stuff. I was doing searches the other day though, so with Waylay. It might not have been 100% accurate. I don't know. Alkia's hair is, oh my god. I was about to say how bright Alkia's pink hair was, and Nello just gets 4K. Sound like a fucking idiot misogynist right now, just talking about women's appearance, and then there's actual fucking skill just coming through. No, can we get the we want a replay from Nello's POV? Can we get replay from her POV? I don't know how replay systems work. Is it not possible there to see Nello?
What about the Petra Mimi combo? Oh, hell
Oh,
no.
okay, it's not.
You want to try and challenge Nello? Oh,
Rough.
I could give that a go. Is she solo on the site? Yeah, a lot of the time solo on the site.
You played with her in the first BC team in a team called MILF. Man, I love Fnac.
Almost averaging 2.
Bro, I should be using that against her every time she's in my chat.
Not even using the trips as well on Seaside.
I should be using that information against her.
She's just shooting. It's that simple. Oh my goodness.
Man, I love
You know,
Fnac.
all the talk about Sentinels is
Jesus.
Rack and Cypher might be a duelist at this point. At least that's what I'm seeing.
To my knowledge, they have 2 observer, 1 on player that we always see, and 1 on drone observer. Oh, okay.
Yeah, that might sting a little more. Good thing that's not true.
I mean, Aim and Sliggy have talked to me a bit about observer. Like, I've heard them talk about it enough to know that, like,
and it's about to be the battle of ciphers in the spawn, more of an
they're in bigger broadcasts. There's one person always watching for like player replayers.
That is an ambitious TP. Alkia already claiming the space. The
Hello, Nether.
where the hits coming through, but now they have to play the retake. You would think before the spike even goes down, they're running through. But look who's waiting.
This is one of the best opportunities.
I mean, kind of a big round for Casey to win, obviously, because like realistically, G2 defense Haven 7 rounds already is pretty nasty. And if Casey were to lose this, then it's like.
Nobody else really in a position to trade. Glance has already used that Hunter's Fury. That ultimate is gone. If GX goes, there's no gun left.
Oh my god.
Survives and makes the exact same mistake the Petra does, not realizing where her opponent currently is. The tap on the
Oh, I thought she had it then.
But still, Glance been able to buy some extra time. Shock Dart will do nothing, but the Sheriff will do the rest. Another clutch on this A site for Glance. Well, that's half the rounds garnered by the remaining member.
Do you think you should be able to see the Omen Paranoid flying at you?
This round
Nah.
playing out, I think, a little differently than I expected. Almost because I've been baited into this false sense of security as soon as G2 go for aggression, especially quick like that, where you're expecting.
I still think Astra's.
And they just go running in. it has worked
too
every time,
strong, but
so I almost expect it to go their way, but this time KC are able to put up that roadblock.
people don't play it,
Maybe
so
not slow to a halt, but for now, slow the progression of G2. One more round to fight for in this half. 8 rounds possible for G2. This would be another strong defensive side like we've seen from them many times over, but it would be a change.
if they give Viper back the pickup orb,
Well, when we move to the next,
you will lose me as a supporter of the devs. I actually support the devs and think they're generally pretty smart. But if they bring back the Viper orb pickup, I think that they've lost their minds.
That is the value. Having
They've lost their minds.
later into the round. One of the better post-fight
Just
missions.
because teams don't play an agent, or like the meta doesn't allow, like isn't
Ultimate
the
not
best for a
really
certain
looking
agent,
to do anything
doesn't
about
mean
Speedy.
that like it's bad.
Alkia finds herself a kill. Vanya will look to just try and get information, try and
Like
clear
making
that
stuff
fire up
broken
close,
so that
but
pros play it
instead,
isn't the way to balance the game.
managed to find another, giving them a huge advantage in this late fight. And
Do I think the
while
one-way
Vanya
removal was
has
good
so
for
much
Omen
work
was
to do,
good?
a rifle retrieve, but that
I think
close
it's
proximity
healthy
will
for the game, yeah.
Shouldn't be any chance for her here.
that push in the smoke perfectly timed.
I mean,
as
it
well.
wasn't. I don't think it was truly that necessary. But like, pros are obsessed with Omen to the point where like,
For both,
you might as well
they usually put up
remove
good
it.
rounds, and we certainly saw some competition, but a streak from G2 really set the
Viper's
tone.
still good on Split and Pro.
KC
Viper's
recovered
still
towards the end.
good
We're gonna go off to a
in
break and find out
general.
if that win record for KC will stay.
It's just that like, there are now some Sentinels that can take their spot, and then there's also some initiators that are like, you know, like if Teo is really strong, it's hard to justify putting Viper in there. You know? People seem to think that like Sky had a huge impact, but Yoru exists. So like, if Teo didn't exist right now, we should see like Yoru Viper comps with like Fade or Sova. Like it would be, once Teo's out, these kind of comps become like disgusting in my opinion. The problem also is that Vice is actually pretty strong too, so like it depends how you play into that. But like the old thing was like, oh, Viper's only played loads because of Sky, but now Yoru exists, you don't need the Sky. Like you get flashes from the Yoru. Yeah, I mean, Viper isn't good in the meta right now because like Teo exists. But like, if the game was slightly more balanced, like when the game gets put back to like if it was like the current state, but like balanced how I would balance it, Viper becomes like very strong on a lot of maps.
This is a lot of the time you'd say something.
What was that
like,
noise?
"Oh, this is like
Oh,
finding
thank you,
out
Liz.
X."
That's
Oh,
hilarious.
yeah, Mitch basically
Why does
built
it give
up
me
there,
the
but-
noise,
but
the wrong
it
noise?
basically,
Yeah,
for
we need to
KC,
do that.
this isn't
Haven't been able to
the
watch Bright
time
Lily,
that
but go
the
Valorant.
X has started dating LeBron James. This is
Derek
like
reveals that
finding
he
out
uses
your ex
Beyonce's
is
hair
LeBron
care
James.
line in his
He's
hair
just
routine.
taken over this game, started dunking on everybody, but even still the scoreline
Oh,
is
Beyonce
close.
looking fine, by the way.
KC here,
I mean, she always
this
did, but
realistically could be a turnaround.
is that a
But it's
recent
great
picture?
map for them.
I really wanted to
Fair
just
enough.
sit
Fair
here
enough.
and say nothing and see the audio engineers freak out, but I'm not going to do that. I have unmuted myself. We're in good form.
You got to be right online for me. I don't get the meme. Then I don't get it. If it's something to do with Beyonce, I don't understand.
On the other side, it is a cipher. 21 kills in that first half, and Alkia, well, maybe she's looking to set a record of her own. A double opening and glance cleaning up onto Vanya. This one has convinced.
Okay, so Casey are actually back in the game off of winning the GC Sheriff round.
It looks like that gap is closing in on G2.
Hey Beast,
For sure. Now, it's something to work
you let Beyonce know I'm a fan.
with the sort of
I mean, I don't think there's many people who aren't a fan.
for KC. The last 3 times that they've
What's
played,
the
they've got 9 or
what girl
more
group was she in
rounds.
before
So
she became
realistically,
Beyonce?
They might have an amazing defense.
Because they have that good song about being an independent woman. What is that song called? Destiny's Child. What's the song I'm thinking?
We'll have to see if this can be the start of
something building up. I'll also say as well,
It's about like not needing a man to
being
pay
softer
for
is
shit.
always something we like to highlight, but it can be difficult to
Bills?
get as much impact as top players are wanting to feel like.
Destiny's
So,
Child.
see if Nello can keep up that
Am I
same
thinking
sort
of,
of
maybe
momentum.
maybe
For
I'm
now, though,
being
Anasilia,
maybe I'm being
wonderful
wrong.
shot to start, and so much damage already done.
Maybe I'm
It's
getting the
gonna be
wrong
an
girl
easy
group.
cleanup.
Absolutely. And you know, I agree with you from the perspective of course, when you're set up on that side for util, you've got your traps, you've got your cam, and they're pushing into you. It makes it so much easier to follow up on those kills. But then you look back at the last half, and a lot of the time, Nella was just stood on a side angle, taking fights in the open and winning them. So if she can carry forward that same sort of
Independent Woman Part 1. I mean, is it that? I think it's called Independent Woman Part 1.
KC will no doubt have to be aware of as the game goes on. But
You're thinking no scrubs? No.
and this is the full buy now from G2.
Okay, let me get the lyrics up for Independent Woman.
And KC quickly
And
this time the attacking side will be armed to the teeth. Early information for
I mean, the second line is, I buy my own diamonds and I buy my own rings.
up on a long, so a lot of early map control for KC to work with.
I pay my own bills. Yeah, I mean, this is the song I'm thinking about.
Sapphire is just a delay. I'm looking at the weaponry as well, just on this side of the map. You're talking about someone running a Spectre, and then Anasilia,
It's a good song.
I'm pretty sure, has a Sheriff. And the
Sing it? I'm not singing it. That is a lot of gifted subs. That's a lot of gifted subs to start singing Destiny's Child. I would need to be a lot more drunk than I currently am.
Not the most stacked up. It's the other side where they have that weaponry. I think Alkia especially is going to be a danger. So
And possibly paid money.
do hit CG2. I'd say they
From the Charlie's Angels soundtrack? That yeah, I think so. I think the video might be something to do with Charlie's Angels, so you're probably right.
Utility with it, and the stun has slowed them a moment. 30 seconds on the clock, but
I mean, it's a very Charlie's Angels kind of song.
rotation from Alkia as well, just now making it to the smoke, and they'll push out together. Traps waiting for a flash,
Bro,
and there we go.
that's like watching. That was like Prime Magnum spraying, fucking just
Looking for an upgrade, perhaps there's a couple options on the board.
swinging that mouse.
Desperately try to recover control.
G2 are fucked.
On the flank and caught by Glenn.
KC are on like a huge momentum swing. Haven't they won like 6 in a row?
Trailing by 2 coming into the half, and they've just taken the lead.
yeah, fair play to Anasilia at the back of the site. That was looking like
The C hole was nice. I feel like with this comp, you shouldn't be able to hold C. like something's gone wrong for like a Teo Breach Omen to not be able to take the backside. And I'm sorry, I was talking about Charlie's Angels, so I didn't really see what happened.
And now the bonus round, this puts G2 firmly on the back foot, especially in terms of those finances.
Oh, the instant
Those
drone.
rifles have quickly
The
got
GC Sheriff.
enemy hands, and still having that outlaw for this round. Finding a gap's not going to be easy.
Why did Anasilia know that that was happening? Is this just a strategy to run? Like she was like in perfect position to like run in immediately on the Euro TP.
Petra goes down, but Vanya's taken the spike now and made it through to the C site.
The 90s ones or the 2000 one?
Still in this round, and G2 doesn't look great.
You mean the 2000s one or the 2020 one?
HP dimensional drift to get the spike down. They believe that they can win this one, and they are.
I'm talking about the film
Very quickly deals with any remaining
with
danger.
Lucy Liu and Drew Barrymore and Cameron Diaz.
I don't know if maybe someone died within the moment she decided to use it. Yeah, this kill is absurd, as always, when watching Vania gameplay, but Alkia definitely starting to bring that battle back. See if the Turkish duelist can continue this run of form, because she is starting to move up on that scoreboard.
Record a video for you? You recorded a video? I mean, thank you if you did. Thank you.
4 in a row, 6 in a row overall. With
I mean, Alpha told me that Alkia was good a while back.
really did turn the tide of the game. This could have been a much more one-sided matchup that we were looking at.
It is funny though that like
didn't find their way into KC's hands.
no one really consistently pops off massively for KC and they win. But then on G2's side, like they have to have people going like 22 kills sometimes. Aim rates are highly.
Over on Icebox on their pick. for now, they've gotten
Stats
pretty
wise, she
close.
wasn't a
They're gonna
beast,
take a
but
break.
like I think she must just be one of those players that needs to like come into their own.
Into the half, but
Like the eye test, like
this
she
going
must just be
forward,
good,
we
but
need
like
G2
hasn't been able to
asserting
show
pressure
it
on
kind of
that
thing.
G2 side. Thinking back on yesterday,
If like both
KC
Alpha and
really
Anger saying like
dominated.
eye test
Texas
is
was
good,
getting up on
then
the flank, and it feels like KC have
you
done
know.
a great job of mitigating those issues, especially here on Haven with so much ground to cover.
Where was she last year? I want to say
One of the exciting
B
things as well with the build up of Alkia, I kind of want to go
BL.
back to that, is that this is basically
Yeah, she played for BBL in 2024.
You're playing with your mates. Your mate's always a controller player.
Is Amy doing okay on the roll switch? I mean, she dropped like 30 on Icebox yesterday.
Match up against them and they're now on Duelist.
Um,
That's what you're currently looking at. It's Vanya
so
trying
like
to take
this isn't the
crown off
best
her old
example.
teammate. And right now,
I think in
I
general
don't know,
she's
Alkia's in
been.
the lead.
Let me have a
Alkia's
look.
in the lead. There's been
I think she's been
little
good.
side showing from Nello as well, but here we go.
I mean, she's almost 140 ADR, so she's been more than fine.
The C site has definitely been a position that G2 have been
I don't think she's as good as she is as a Sentinel, but that's kind of to be expected when you change role.
taken full control of A solo, and this allows the remaining players of KC to really stack up the remainder of the map.
Nello being on Sentinel probably makes sense though, because I think I trust Amy to learn like the other stuff.
Whether they'll commit or not is the question. There's a lot of players here. KC certainly will be happy if this ends
I
up
keep
being a
seeing
split.
G2.
Throw
Okay,
one,
we'll talk about it in a sec.
catches one on B. That doesn't signal a change in direction though. They're still
Are they really sucking at these? Why are they so bad on these CXX? Like, what is stalling them? Like, why can't they just go together?
But hold on, G2 have still got some fight in them. GX put in
Okay,
the
I mean they traded out anyway.
aggressively heating up on this map. Perhaps
G2 CXX are looking really awkward.
chance to put a big round on the board, dealing with G2 here. Double digits for
Oh my
KC,
god,
an
one tap.
extension of the lead, but Mimi with
So what G2 have done poorly is, again, it's just the same shit we're talking about with Koi. Like, there's one player that has the line here, and so they rotate 4 between this space. But luckily G2 just traded.
I like the initial response, like having this sort of stun into an aggressive move positioning for GX, but ultimately it was that sort of bolstered down G2 Gozen on the site that's able to hold on. Still though, we've already mentioned it, some cleaner rounds from the side of KC, so they are going to be able to purchase.
Was there ever going to be a Fnatic GC team?
Looking at that,
Colin scattered for it
Ultimate's getting very, very close for Colin.
around the time that they picked up my team.
That's a lot of
And
hits
then
all at once. Alkia waiting to see if she
there were
lands this
2
down.
moments
Should get out of there at least, even without the kill being claimed. A lot of
where
from G2 towards this side of the map.
it was
Vulnerable to a
discussed
mid-push
in a
situation
relatively
that, they can
serious
control
way.
But I think often you'll see teams want to make a move relatively quick. Here, though, when they've given up that much space, but they're confident in Nello just holding that gap.
But Fnatic are just the kind of org that won't commit to something unless like
If they just freeze,
there's like a very good
in a way that
case for it from the business POV. Because to be frank about it, if I was running an org, like, I don't know how you justify having a GC team from a business POV. It's not easy. So like, as much as it is fun to poke and prod Fnatic about it, the relative is not amazing, you know?
30 seconds left on the clock. Info.
I don't know if I framed that the right way, but like, it's kind of the...
Second and now has to try and do all of the damage first. Found in the second as well. So clutch in these.
It's kind of the brutal truth about it a little bit, I don't know.
Yeah, and the best part is they even knew she was there.
Yeah, I mean, it's also because I hate women, yeah, absolutely. What's this little... What's going on here? Oh, it's part of the replay graphic. The replay graphics thrown me.
From GX, who struggled in some of those early rounds here on Haven, being picked off early. A Red Bull clutch to not just put the lead further in KC's.
Yeah, I mean, this is worrying for G2. Look how G2 picked Icebox. Remember yesterday I said like Giant X picking Icebox probably... Like, they probably would have got a third. And the next day G2 just pick it. Minisorg wouldn't have a GC team if he was a billionaire. If I was a billionaire and I was wasting my time with esports, so something's wrong. What am I doing?
side of KC. That round, 4 kills, but the final 2 being the nail in the coffin.
I wonder how I would interact with esports if I was a billionaire. What would I do?
So I am looking at Nello being a bit cheeky with the positioning. Again, I think this is something that Safia should be more than aware of. You got the double trips down, so you're not really needing to
What would I do?
give up too much. And other than maybe an Armageddon, there's not a whole lot economically that you can really worry about when it comes from the.
I should ask this question to Pansy.
I think that space in Garage is kind of baiting.
How would
those teams
she
going in this direction. They
run
might get them
Valorant
on spot,
esports if she
but
had $1 billion?
Other than that, I think holding this is not going to be easy.
Yeah, they're going to need some advanced positions, whether it's.
I mean, I guess I know who's casting every single grand finals.
Taking some spawn fights inside the smoke seems to be the play. Amy's up close, decent damage done. Maybe someone else can connect that kill with Alkia on just 15 HP, blinded up and dealt with. The rifle not retrieved. They need to keep this fight going.
Ask it to Sliggy because he does have $1 billion. His life doesn't change though, does it? Like he'll just sit there watching games. He'll somehow make the schedule more hectic and just watch more games. Would Sliggy watch party? That's a good question. What would he do? Like, would he bother watch party? Like, what would his... I think if he had that much money, I think he'd become a coach, wouldn't he? Like, he'd become like a strategy, like assistant coach or something. Like, what would he do for like... Yeah. He strikes me as the kind of person who doesn't trust himself to not work and like... Because like he might lose his mind without work.
Second, G2 goes and pours the last of them until they get to overtime. And honestly, I think especially in this second half, you're seeing what I'm saying. They were very good on the defense, very good with.
He doesn't want to coach anymore. I mean,
even just having some of those early fights, but they have been shut down in a lot.
I think it's. I can see a world in which like he doesn't want to, but like I think a lot of it is just that like traveling. The stress, the work, like, and then the money, like, it all just combines to like, why would he? Whereas if you got $1 billion, you could do whatever you want. Like, you could choose the way you worked with a team. You don't have to like, you know. You could literally buy out an org and just be like, I'm gonna become like the coach I want to be in this, you know, team.
And yet they did use their Rolling Thunder, like you said, but ult economy is still relatively balanced. So for the if anything, you might even favor KC coming into this.
Maybe we'll finally get a replay system. Become Rob Moore.
Maybe not. But even still, like,
I think that's why they delayed the defuse in the last. They went and got the ult, but they lost.
Yeah, so, but either way,
After seeing Doom Burst, does it get dropped? He was less interested. Are you still Ascendant? I don't know. The grin. What I was gonna say is that like. No, I was thinking about the previous points I was making about Sentinels, and the idea that you're a billionaire, and I was, you know, you can make your own jokes. I like my favorite comedians are ones that like they just make you make the jokes. I'll say a few things and you make the joke.
All the way deep on C long. She's walked up and placed it.
Well, yeah, but
why do you think they're stalling so much with the replay system? They're not stalling. They're just building it, I think, but they don't. It's not easy.
It's strange to see that deep of a control on C, but nothing across the map.
As far as I'm aware, they've been building it. I'm trying to build it for a while, but it's not easy. I don't think. When the game's not like it's weird. Like when they it's very easy for games that are built with an engine that makes sense for a replay system to have it right. I presume that like Valorant is not just as easy to like to do it, and obviously the game was released early during COVID. Like they released the game too early, right? And then to be honest with you, I do think that it's like a lower priority than it should be. But
don't give up the site to G2 Gozen.
range 1 and Q. I mean I'll be honest. I don't understand why some of the stuff is so difficult. I do think it is more difficult than we give credit for, but it is meant to. I want to play some deathmatch whilst just queuing.
kind of a fake works
A lot of
as
decisions they make
well.
are based on the idea that they want lowest queue times possible for everything. So that's why they will never have like custom games or like custom servers or even map bans and stuff. They want people to have the lowest queue time possible. They never want to disrupt the queue time. It's the same approach in League of Legends. They'll sometimes have like extra game modes, but they don't want to have a like game mode so spread that like the queue times go up.
I'm not liking the solo hold with a Marshall. That seems like it's going to be rough, and well, especially now that they've lost the player.
And every time I've ever had like a fairly decent conversation or like quote professional conversation about these things with people from Riot, they do make points with evidence and stats that are like, okay, like it's kind of hard to argue against what you've just said. Like they aren't. It's kind. I feel bad because like I'm kind of bootlicking here on some level, but like behind the scenes, whenever I've had like a genuine question that's been like, or like they've opened up like a little bit behind the scenes for us as pros, the logic is generally like, okay, like, I mean, they're not stupid.
Felt like they were back. 2 quick kills, and this is still competitive. 11 to 9. G2 still have a bit of a comeback to go on. They've got control. They move back to long. They've got Armageddon. They've got Rolling Thunder. They've got salvos by the time those ults are used through. Question is, can KC use them up?
I mean, I still think international tour. I find it hard to like to find an argument why the first. Oh my god, Glances. Imagine if Glance just owns them for the rest of the game. Glance just pops off. Revenge on her former team. How many instances have there been where like a player's being kicked and then just destroys their old team? Like Durka didn't get the chance to do it at kickoff, but obviously they did well.
There's a chance, and you know what? That chance is taken by Glance. You can't give her those sort of opportunities. We saw her clutch out around with a Sheriff one tap on a player, trying to defuse the spike. Like,
yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, they would have. What is this trip?
Does that happen if you use the Teo instead?
Anti-ult trip? This is it. Bro, look at the prep. I mean... I don't even know why you'd even need this specific setup for this ult, but fair enough. That's the kind of, like, if you're on the analyst desk right there, I think you're pulling this Ryan as like a look how ludicrous this looks, but this is preparation. Yeah, I don't really understand why. I don't really get it. Don't really get it, but I think it's overthinking. If they saw that like it's the exact same pixel every time, then the tripwire is a good idea, probably. But I don't think you need the second trip. Just put the trip across here, right? What does this trip do? I don't really get what this trip is doing.
Holding onto these weapons are going to be incredibly important.
This one's overthinking. This one's like potentially cool. I don't know.
It's not going to blow your mind to say that Amy's ultimate is still
Imagine being G2 and you see a trip. If they actually find a trip here and here, like if you find these two trips, you'd probably laugh at first and be like, "What the fuck are these idiots doing?" And then you realize that like, wait, this is anti-strat. Like this is the level of anti-strat they're at.
The Rolling Thunder instead of Armageddon, I hope we don't see used.
Is it an A strat or a B strat? It's a C strat. You ult here, and then you go like this way usually. Some teams will go here and then go up through here to meet. And some teams will fake it.
I'm seeing a gun in Glance's hand, and honestly, with how she's been playing, I would still say there's a chance. There's always a chance. Bladestorm not even close, so that's not going to be a helping hand. And that's the thing, we saw Glance in...
I mean, it could be something to do with a strat where they suspect that, like, if it's a strat where they go this way,
again.
then like that trip isn't too bad. But no. Why did Safia open the cam again? In that situation, you close cam and you use it for retake. Like, it would be really useful right now to have that cam. Oh no. Oh no. Tom is just saying oh no at the same time I'm saying oh no.
Here we go. Armageddon in full effect. Hunter's Fury's being fired out in the other direction, and this is going to buy some time. But that spike's not ticking that fast. They need to win these fights. Mimi doing her best, picking up one, but now they're close on the site, and they're already defusing. It's down to Vanya, and she is no more. KC, they've done it on the low buy with an impressive response to a strong start from G2 on Haven, but an even stronger conclusion from KC.
Not expecting that to be the round.
G2 haven't looked as good this split as what they usually do. But, and I don't know if we're allowed to say, like, I know that I'm knee-jerk reacting after one map loss, and it seems like that. But that's been my general read. We have to obviously put into context that they're doing the role swaps. But how long is that going to take? Like, how much time frame do we give them? I guess as long as they get to champs is fine. And then champs is where you gotta analyze it, which is kind of the brutal nature of G2.
Surely it's not going to be that easy, and there were definitely some trials and tribulations here. One of the big challenges being dealing with Nello. That first half, she was unbelievable, still closing out. I think top fragging or very, very close to the top frag on the server. So a good game from her. We had good opening picks by Vanya. And think about the struggles KC had early on, Tom. There were so many rounds that they were in these dead pushes because they lost their smokes early on. GX was not having success in those early fights or just in those first half fights in general. But she also really woke up, and I think this whole team just hit another level once we got 8 or 9 rounds into the game.
Yeah, I think the fun thing now as well is we are looking at a matchup that has only ever gone one way. Be it 2-0, be it 2-1, G2 goes and have always managed to beat Carmine Corp. So one of the next 2 maps, and this would be history made, I think for Galance it would be massive, but also just talk about the organization as a whole, making it to that grand final, making it into that top.
Bro, the EWC is 5 days long with 16 teams.
Okay,
single limb? I mean, it's a... At least it's a Mickey Mouse format, I guess.
Looking very, very good.
Well, I don't know if that was
And it's on my birthday. They put it on my birthday to celebrate.
2 maps, all they need, and they've already got one under.
I certainly...
This was going into any matchup within Game Changers. G2 goes is always going to be the favorites, but
That's been a great stage 1.
KC's favored this time. Let's see if they can do it.
Yeah, I did see she was doing quite well. What's her stats saying? Yeah, she's doing really well. She's doing well.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I think Saint said that she was their best player so far this split.
Like over the years, I think they've lost it maybe like 3 times.
I mean, GX has been doing really well on Omen. I don't know how to say her name. I'm going to say GX for the moment.
Let's not get delusional and think that the champs are just suddenly going to
Safia's been doing alright.
But there are definitely still chances for KC.
Now, without a doubt, I'm glad I got you on record now, Tom, so if they don't win, we can come back to that. It's time to go off to a break. When we come back, our analyst desk is going to tell you what they think of G2's chances on Icebox. I'd say they think it's pretty good.
Mini, if you could rename the bishop piece in chess, what would you rename it? The bishop. The bishop. What would I name it? It's the diagonal cunt. The bishop is the diagonal cunt.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I'm being Tory checked right now. But what? What? But what? What? How do I make my argument against this? Oh no, I've seen that. Yeah, I've seen that. I don't know why they. Yeah, I don't really. Yeah, it's always been a bishop. It'll always be a bishop. Back in my day, it was called a bishop. My normal accent slipping out? No, that's not my normal accent. It's called. Sometimes I can't do the accent that I should have. It's not easy with the word bishop. Bishop. It's all the ers. The ers are easy. Let me get a snack.
Welcome back, one and all. G2 came out of the gates swinging, but towards the end of that first half, KC clawed their way back into this, and they now remain undefeated on Haven. It is their turf. It did come down to the wire, though. Kakuka, walk us through it. When did it happen? When did KC start turning this one around?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, after the first half, we saw so many good ideas from G2. We saw a lot of set plays from the defense, being aggressive, utilizing the Yoru ult, even Petra with that operator. But then when we jump into the round, the bonus for the second half, this is when things actually changed, and we can understand why KC has this amazing record so far, undefeated this entire year in this map. And probably, you know, they had already won against G2 on this map, and this is just a repetition of it. But to me, it's as I'm saying, how they got back into the game. 5-7 at the end of the half, if I'm not mistaken. And it is the bonus round. I believe that we have it at round 15, where you see that G2 throughout the second half were struggling even after this point to find out what to do at the beginning of the round, because KC was not being extra aggressive, was actually measuring the distance very, very well. And even though the weaponry is not the best to go up against in this bonus round, as I'm saying, it's the positioning that the players are taking, and actually also the balls to be picking out at the right time. We see Alkia just going in from CT, but at the same time, with those close quarters, with all the smokes put it onto sides, is the perfect scenario for KC to turn this one around. And if you top that off with the individual performance that we were seeing, the awareness also of Glance, knowing that it's G2, someone is going to be in the back, extremely on point, and a half that they absolutely deserve to win.
Yeah, Mac, I wanted to talk more about that.
Yeah, that one in particular was crazy. Like the fact that the dark covers got used against G2, they were just sitting in them knowing that there were probably going to be flashes coming, and it was just such an interesting situation. But not only that, they also lost against an eco as well in that final round. So there was 2 times they lost a bonus round where they should have had the stronger buy, and in the final round they should have won that as well. And we should still be playing maybe with OT But it's funny because we were talking about how G2 lost to Classics yesterday and beat with Classics yesterday on that Icebox game, and now they kind of copped it themselves. So it's an interesting situation that we put ourselves in. And G2 started on that defensive side as well, which I thought was potentially going to be a mistake, but to me that tells me that they came in with a lot of preparation. You could see that initially, but it goes to show how good they are on this map because they were able to adapt throughout the map and make it happen, especially in that.
Yeah, preparation is one thing, but then obviously if you do have those individual pop-up performances, like what we've seen from Glance, you can't prep against that, right? You can't really take that into consideration. I want to hone in on Glance a little bit here, Mac, because what a performance it was.
So far, so bloody good. We said a name a few times going into this, and now we're just going to say a name a few more. This 1v1, crucial to the win. There's a point you'll see very shortly where not only did she clutch up another couple, but managed to cover on a retake as well, managed to get a crazy 4K over on the C site, and especially in the first half, without her getting a lot of these kills, there would not have been this much space for them to play with in the second half. So, yeah, this is that retake we were talking about. Was it a 2v4 here, coming in, just getting every single one, and, you know, managing to make it look so damn easy. And head-to-head with Nello, these two were pretty much at the top of both respective scoreboards.
Yeah, absolutely. And them, after playing together last year for KC, Nello and the performance that she was having.
Bro, it's fucking freezing.
Defense, it was all about her for the
But why is Nello blurry, but Glance is like over sharpened?
On their tracks. So
It's like an image test.
Came into today given an absolute 100%. I agree with you. I think that some of these individual rounds for Glance were out of this world. Even in so many occasions, we saw her going in first on to see, just opening with the kills. She's playing with a lot of confidence, and that is exactly what is necessary for them, for the entirety of the roster. Probably one of the things that we saw yesterday that was a little bit jarring against about GX is that they didn't really look like they could feel they could win those duels, and that momentum was building on the G2 side. Casey was able to stop them on the tracks today.
I do kind of love the stories we have there for both of those players, right? They're both technically going up against their former teams, even though Glance's time at G2 is a little further back. 2023, I believe, is when she left. But still, it's funny that they have pop-up moments. Maybe they get that extra fuel if you go up against the former orc, you know? Maybe there's just something to it.
It's the battle, like they're battling to be to find out who is the best in the region, of course.
Right. Let's talk about our next map, though, because KC, they won their map pick. Yes, it was a close one. Now, Icebox, we don't know what to expect from KC here because we have not seen them playing. However, G2 yesterday, they had a phenomenal showing on Icebox.
Bro, it's fucking freezing.
They were all just hitting their shots, right? So compositionally, you might
It's
think,
fucking freezing.
do they even need to? You know, today they're certainly going to have to focus more on how they execute. Like, they were so prepped on Haven.
What did G2 been playing? Abyss?
They won some crazy swing rounds yesterday, which allowed them to keep themselves so far ahead of GX. And I don't think they're going to have as easy of a time up against KC. Even
Bro, the video is off sync.
know what to prep for KC. Maybe,
Oh, old standard.
There might be a chance G2 and
Oh.
KC played a bit of.
Bro, I low-key want.
I can think of them being able to go off.
I have too many fond memories.
The two best teams here in the region, they're probably not going to be going up against each
Oh,
other.
this is 2024 though.
Each other like the plague at that point.
I mean, we haven't seen Icebox in a hot minute. Kakuka, what would be the standard being played here if you're not playing the current meta?
I mean, it depends, right? I think that the current meta for Icebox still needs to be set. It's too early, right? Like, the map has just been back. The idea coming in from G2, even though I really like it, I do not know if many teams are going to compromise on and double down on, because some teams do not like playing specific.
Why is Icebox in the pool with the best? Oh yeah, because they're doing like a slow transition, aren't they?
A little bit more of information, which is something that it's not only
Which
bad,
kind
but
of
I
is
think
good
will
for
be the
G.
case for the side
Is it good for
of
G2?
KC.
No.
As we're saying,
Bro.
yes, they do have something to go
They
on
let this
for
map
the
go
side
through.
of G2 goes in, and there is a lot of tells that happen in different maps that also happen on Icebox, as we're saying.
Wait, you think it was Ascent?
Petra lurking and pushing.
Neither team is good at Abyss, so it's weird.
Has decided to be starting on the defense, which I think is very smart. I think that the freedom that it's given to
Thinks
the attack
is
from
fat.
the defense might be something that they.
What does that mean?
So if they manage to on Haven again, we might not even get to Ascent.
Mac, here's the thing, right? If you're looking at G2's performance from yesterday, obviously that's what KC would do. But there's not much to take away.
Is this
They're
Finks?
winning
You're just
13 and
calling
12,
this guy
taking
fat?
things down. Like, what do
I
you
mean,
even learn from something
he's
like
not,
that?
but why are you saying that?
Some stuff to look at as to how they play so aggressively just when they kind of can. But the fact that you have to expect Carmine Corp are going to have more of a trade game. G2 are going to be forced to maybe expose a
Who won first map? KC.
And speaking of prep, though,
KC won first map.
talking about, look, Smart 7,
It
you
was
told us that
7-5 half for
we have
G2
no idea what kind of
on
comp
defense,
pulled out
and
together
then
if it's not- if he's
KC won the first 3 rounds on their defense,
Speaking of comp,
and then
this
kind of
is
took
what
over.
KC are bringing in, and I'd argue this is just kind of like the old meta comp, so they're not really changing it. It's G2 that are a little more interesting with this one.
I mean, to me, my eyes go to, even though the KC composition is one that we have seen thousands of times here.
Okay, I want G2 to win.
Yes, we were speaking about her role swap, and within all the controllers that she is
I want
playing,
G2 to win.
this is the first time she's going to be playing the Viper. So I want to know how she's going to manage around the utility. I assume that she has experience and has definitely seen it in like ranked or scrims or whatever. But I want to see how this is a very good tell, right? Because we're speaking about a classic composition or a very vanilla one that we've seen on Icebox against, because yesterday like they Giant X had the neon and whatnot. But this, here's what we're going to see. If the meta is evolving in the right direction, what are the bigger tells? Is this something that we're going to be continuing to see throughout the year, or does it have
That's me right now.
Big holes?
For me, looking at the fact that G2 bring at least the double controller in, they have more versatility in where they can go. You know, KC, once you put that wall up, you're either fully...
It's Groot.
to that side,
It's
or
Groot.
You have to hope that someone's lurking up a storm, creating flank opportunities, and you don't even know who that is for KC. There is no footage to go off here at all.
Absolutely, yeah. For G2, this worked the charm yesterday. Can they run it back? We all knew heading into the series that the match against KC will be the real litmus test. Let's see how this one is going to unfold, and for all the action,
Wait,
I'm gonna
wait,
send it back over to
wait.
Tom.
No! Oh, I couldn't do it.
Thank you so much, Zoe. Yes, it's time to get back.
Why did it
into
rub
the
it all
series
out?
With Icebox up next, Tom. I think
Wait,
everybody's
wait, quick.
expecting G2 to bounce back convincingly, but for KC, who knows? Maybe they'll be able to use the unknown to their advantage. A real clash of styles from what we saw there in the Agent Select.
Yeah, you say maybe they'll be able to use the...
Ah, he's moving too much.
and
Tom,
they
stop.
The comp that everybody has played up against a million times. I wouldn't say it's the
That's true
unknown.
also.
but
Can you
no, I get
delete
it.
just a little bit? No, it deletes it all. Can you not have like a little...
There's so many ways to reinvent how
Ah,
you
it doesn't use the brush tool.
So
Is there no
maybe
brush
they'll really
eraser?
surprise them. Yeah, it's a good point.
I gotta see if I can rub out their eyes and then have like their eyes just peering through the pink.
of those times, so I'm sure they're going to be very caught off guard
What's this?
by the standard.
Hey, I want to give KC some hope, Tom, all right? Maybe the hope is that Nello doesn't drop 30 kills based on what we saw in the last. And look, I was on
To be
board
honest,
with
no,
this.
she's
they
gonna...
may be
No.
Vadia, but
Choose to
Vadia
cross
in
out the
this
woman.
match is just
I mean,
absolutely
it was a...
disgusting. I think
There's a
they tried
66%
bringing Broker in
chance.
a little bit in the last map. I don't think it worked anywhere near as well. I think especially on the defense, letting her roam free and have that supportive utility alongside her, and with that extra controller, allowing for additional delay. I think there's going to be great work from them on the defense, but they're going to kick things off over on that attack side. And that's definitely where I do think, especially when you look towards the A side, something I've always thought with this map is the more utility that you can have to clear angles, the better. Like, this is something you could just basically wipe out the backline of that A side without too much trouble. I think Teo is perfect for that. I think giving Vanya that extra space is going to be so easy with this agent. So I want to see what's going to be there on the other side.
Why are we salving then?
Vanya, like you're saying, was
What?
crazy aggressive
What's
on
the point of
defensive
those
side
salvos?
too, but a lot
Huh?
of the time it was like Vanya pushes up A main, and then Amy's on a headshot angle further back. And as they
Is
get
it that we're like
punished
bait?
the opening,
I don't get it.
bam, 2 kills.
I don't get it.
That was the story of so many rounds. Dealing with Amy here, based on what we saw yesterday.
Huh? We don't... What is it? What's going on? Why didn't we just drone the entire way? I'm so confused. Really weird. It was like a stage 1 was like salvos wait, drone wait, TPM with paranoia. It's very strange.
sort of fallback.
Layering of the Yuta.
Just being able to have that utility.
How dare I? No, 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 no. I wanted to draw over a face.
Maybe they would like, and they've got to get past Nello. Nello without utility, so it's just deciding to fight aggressively.
And I wanted to see what it looked like if you rubbed out the eyes. But the thing is that with the eraser tool on this software, you can't rub out the eyes. It just deletes the whole fucking thing. Is there any way of erasing stuff? Like, just erase it all. You're feeding it back? Stop hitting women. I mean, this is why I wasn't hired for this event. Nicole DM'd me, she said, look, you hate women. You're not working. I was like, it's probably a good call, to be honest. Probably the correct call to make.
No choice to sell anymore. There's a bookie in play.
Like those steps were immediate.
He's like, wait. I wish there was a chiseled masculine man on the desk instead of a woman. No, I'll go with 5'7" dweeb. I.e. me.
I think it's something that she will flourish in. This is not what I expected to see with a close range Bucky locking down B.
I'm working on it though. I'm working on it. STA, man. What does that mean? What does that mean? What is that? Oh, you know the lingo. Why do you know lingo like that? I've never heard of that before. STA, man. That's the kind of shit that, like, if you go to like an incel forum, they probably use actual language like that. You know what BTA means? No. No.
But look where that one player's gotten to. With a bookie in hand, they've jumped above her, but they've seen her. Thank God they've seen her.
Belt to ass.
I'm invisible.
That's a bit much.
I'm dead. It's yeah.
I don't want to know what communities you're on Reddit, but it sounds like
ticking down to that sort of 15-second.
it doesn't sound like the ones I'm on.
But instead, well, she died and it's round over.
Look, they've gotten a kill out of it. Let's see the question of
You're not on Reddit. Yeah, you're probably on more. Yeah, it's probably too vanilla for you, I guess. We will watch. Wait, am I on 100 lock-ins? Because we will lock in for the next round.
We can see from here that look already you're getting yourself a second.
Oh, we hit it. We hit it. On the 100th lock-in. This is the 100th lock-in.
We'll end right there. For KC, good attempt to do more damage.
The 100th lock-in.
Nicely.
Icebox and 100th lock-in. It's like a match made in heaven.
Why did you check that then? Why didn't you just keep going? Because that could have been very, very dangerous with a bucket in that position. But obviously, all in all, not a bad round for either side.
Well, G2 goes and loved the fucking. Everyone's loving this shit shield.
Like potentially not a lot. Like Mimi definitely has the finances to put quite a bit more into this round, but maybe this says that there's going to be the likes of an operator going into the next round, or just that they don't put a lot of stock into this one.
I gotta go in the future. I am in the future and have to pay attention. Happy to not have you here.
They're going as a unit straight through middle.
I mean, it's probably fair, to be honest. Probably fair.
They come around the corner, a little overwhelmed by the numbers. Down one already, but the trade is quickly found. G2 though close the gap. There's a weapon.
A split again. Terrible strategy. Is a terrible strat, but it is the bonus round, so they get the bonus round pass. Bonus round pass for bad strats. If I see them do that on the gun round, I will start flaming.
That final kill though might be more valuable than you'd expect. Like dropping it down to just 2 players surviving. As said, like this was a sort of minor investment going into that next round. So there's plenty of.
The problem is that I've already like I need to like Glance's owned people, but my brain is like, yeah, but G2 just did a shit strat. Like I need to my brain needs to rewire still. My brain isn't rewired yet.
I guess Petra, as you said, or as was said by the desk, was playing much more of a lurk. So having that
It still sees Valorant
roam the map
like a
and catch
coach.
anybody trying to push them could be quite nasty.
Initial denial of aggression.
It's depressing, honestly.
Something in the back of their minds, and we saw this as well over on Haven, right? The same sort of play.
Maybe I see life as like a coach. Maybe I should rewire my brain in general. maybe I just am a hater.
The operator will swap hands. Nello instead has taken up this.
Maybe I'm never gonna be able to rewire my brain.
Over on that B site. It's actually gonna be fairly integral that we don't see GX go down. The timing of her movement is gonna put her fairly in the open.
What?
Didn't even look like Nello let go of the W key. The trade as well for Alkia.
That's not. If we don't get a live replay of Nello's POV, then I will be playing that one over and over again because that's not acceptable. Whatever happened there should not be able, should not happen.
35 seconds left, so at this stage they are fairly.
That's not. You should be able to move and shoot like that.
Steps, but I don't think there's anything she can do about it other than follow.
My only request is to see that Nello flick in whatever the slowest of motion possible is. That was insane. Already down to a 3v2 thanks to it, and Hunter's Fury will be committed.
Ooh.
12 seconds on the clock, cancelled here for the pick.
Wait, what was I had a name for it for the subscribers yesterday. I was flaming yesterday the subscribers.
Although that could be a free pick timing.
Oh my god.
Nice shot as well for Safia.
What was the name I had?
No idea. Were they
Shorter than average is a funny one. But I had a different one.
They could be playing post plant. There is a Viper's Pit online, but not to be used. But there could be a setup along
Fraud Club. Oh, the Fraud Club.
For Safia to deal with, and so you want to get in here quite quickly. That's why G2 are holding up close.
FTA, frauder than average.
Chances are pretty slim. Just goes running.
It's understandable. I think this round
The
is
big
gonna be
fraud
what they
club.
look back at in frustration. Like it started off with some pretty decent openers in their direction. It was the fallback again. This is
Silly, dumb idiots. Yeah, young, dumb, and broke.
I think gets caught with the timing and just some straight.
Is this map just XOK retake everyone? If you don't play Sage, yes.
But it's the reaction of the other players. I don't blame GX for getting caught. It's the other two that go, okay, well, we've lost that side of the map. We have to swing and try and catch these players as they.
But Fraud is a coach, so not the best for Coach Mini.
We'll just wait for them to do something. And
I see what you've done there. I think you've tried to use the pun of fraud, which is a dad joke. That's the type of joke that Van City makes. I can't wait that I can't wait to kind of there's like a comedian I really like that he was really cynical and really angry and cynical and bitter when he was young, but it didn't work because he's a young guy who looks young, and so when he got older his comedy started working better because he actually looks like the person that his comedy actually made. And I can't wait to be able to make dad jokes on the regs. I'm getting close to it, but I don't think I embody that dad energy yet. But when I physically do, it's fucking Jova for you all.
This one was slipping out of their grasp.
Amy's trying to hold back the player in middle.
The average height is always so much lower than I think it is. Jesus Christ.
It's definitely dicey. The knives are now gone. They have been removed.
Average height UK male. 5'10". 5'10". 5'9".
It doesn't matter with the headshot on Mornello, you mentioned it.
I'm hoping it's 5'9".
It was a great round in isolation from KC with what they had on the board.
Oh, 5'9" in 2022.
So much better.
Well, it's this. It's just the overcommitment to the aggression. The Flamestorm and the Sova backing off while the players in mid don't seem to have that
For
ammo.
UK men,
Players were disconnected, and the last thing they heard was
British men, it's 5'9".
At that point, couple kills go back the other direction, and it's recoverable for G2. But that was a real threat from very little.
Every map
Early on,
Textures AC's lost it.
here on Icebox. 4-1
It's a pretty unfortunate start.
He's made it across on top of two. Vanya gone deep as well, getting a ton of information, spotting this player out, decoy sent, and space taken. An agent behind enemy lines, and look at this. 4 players are currently in KC's spawn.
It's a nice little...
They've been pushed with just GX.
I think with this...
An island in and
Oh
of
god.
herself, and
They should have done the old Fnatic strat, right? The Boaster Summon FC strat, I think, with the Euro. If you can clear out Kitchen with the Euro for free, you just ult top side. Would be quite nice. I don't mind what they've done. It's reasonable. Jesus Christ.
But the one and done gets out, escapes. And with those smokes down, they will be able to hold on for that spike plant. Now it becomes incredibly difficult for KC with how much is available now for G2 in that post plant.
Yeah, GX's pick gave them an opportunity, but once that spike is down, that opportunity is denied, and now we go back to advantage for those attacking players sitting down. Not much to retake in terms of flashes. Vanya and Petra have already used up theirs. Salvos are online in Armageddon, though. That's the real thing. They might not be able to go for the fights as convincingly, but they can delay that clock. Run it right down, but it's down to 1! Amy swings! Safia knew she had to get on that defuse right away or the Armageddon would win the round, and Amy knew exactly what was in Safia's playbook, getting ahead of the problem.
This is another thing. I want to go back to the beginning of the round with what makes this...
Doombros, the inactive roster, will continue to work closely with them to assess rejoining to future different capacity.
That can happen.
Due to factors beyond our control. Taking the helmet as a coach will be Scott. Strengthen the
easily covered by the attack. And if you run forwards, well, Amy put a stun there. So, okay, sure, you managed to hit that first shot, but you're not getting away with anything more.
So Doombros, Scott is assistant coach right now.
Just give up the site and just play retake, which when your opponents have a lockdown and an Armageddon, you just don't want to be doing. Or you have to try and fight really aggressively, and well, it ends up in a 1-for-1 trade.
I hate how, like... Like, I think I know what's happened, but like I can't say anything, and it's like, why are the press releases so vague always?
Although actually thinking back to Haven, reality is it did start out quite dominant for G2, and KC managed to turn it around then later on, which was something I was saying when we hit that kind of 6-2 or so scoreline. That once G2 get the ball rolling, it's very hard to stop them, and
That's pretty big news.
Can even come close to doing that. But KC did it with great success on the previous map, and this pause here to hopefully course correct as they get past the first quarter here. Deep play from Glance with that pistol. It's an ambitious one. Almost worked out for a kill.
Yeah, I'll say as well, the thing that sort of, well, made this map at times a little bit dry was just how attack-sided it could be with the composition that KC are running. Like, with the amount of util, again, you have to clear angles. I don't think they should be massively worried if they can get a few rounds on the board, and you know what? They're giving it a damn good go in this one.
I mean, down to a 2v3. Not the easiest with weapons. Dropped behind and a player flanking.
Probably not create any more drama. There's nothing drama related. I'll tell you that one for free.
For Alkia's flank to come through. They'll be watching for it. Alkia's managed to recover a rifle, and that's the big difference maker. Look at the decision making from G2, though. They know only one player spotted. They're alone, and they isolate that sense in the blood in the water. It's left to Alkia. Rifle up top. And now they know exactly where she is. The tap gets the salvos out. There's still a flash and a snake bite to work with. That was going for a nice kill. Look, either way, they kept the round, but that is brave, I have to say.
I'm going to answer a question in a sec on Reddit as well.
I don't even know what to say. Like,
I think.
That's so rude. 1 versus 3 versus Alkia to just go.
Actually, yeah. I'll say that for a different time.
And she wasn't close.
So I'm not even watching the fucking game at the moment.
Over a box and land that, but I guess, in the end.
Sorry, I've not been looking at YouTube chat. Hey, Cookie. Hey, mate, I remember you talking about on your streams how you did VOD reviews of Fnatic. You said you posted it in Discord tagging the relevant people. How often did you do this type of VOD review, if you mind me asking? On every prac or one crucial prac of the day? Okay, so someone... I'm sorry to ruin... Let's wait for this run to be over, because there's probably people in eco after, and I can answer that question. It's a good question. I apologize if you're not there still.
You had that, Petra's flanks, and then Nello.
Sliggy's in China playing Mecha Break at some tournament or something. Hashtag content creator. Okay, so someone was asking me about the VOD reviews. So the day would be structured like this. Theory, and then we'd have Scrim 1. Let's say this is Bind. Scrim 2, Bind. The theory at the start of the day would be about Bind. And then we'd have a break, and then we play a third map, some theory here, and then we play like Haven, and then we play whatever map. And at the end of the day, we have a VOD review. I would always put the focus on this part of the day for the VOD review. So like our theory for the day, 1 hour to 2 hours, would be about the first 2 maps, and everything for the VOD review will be from those 2 maps. And so it'll be watching what we did well, figuring out, like, there'll be like feedback to the players, feedback quickly about like strategy, and then sometimes there'll be like, okay, well, what do we need to make, or what do we need to like change or fix? And then that would all go down into a process where like, okay, if we need to make, I would write down somewhere like what we need to make and change, because sometimes we can't just change it in a VOD review. Like, it takes some time to think about. What just happened? I didn't see it. Can you explain? What actually just happened? Did G2 win that round? They didn't, did they?
Up close still. They managed to get into that after plant, but already a player down, and those ultimates haven't found a spot to really be utilized just yet. Also, Amy's Armageddon is, again, not going to find anything in this. They're just being spammed out by the remaining rifles on the side of KC.
Sorry.
KC, they flanks, and then
You're just talking about this part, right? The fucking, yeah.
Survive the pit, you can't. You've got to commit to just fighting us with weapons, and that's where our advantage is, well, it's not even close.
Because you've seen it before, you know, it's not likely to see that much more passive Viper's Pit. You want a bit more control, and by the time that the abilities come back online, you can't really get it into play convincingly. If anything, that's just going to serve. Exactly, it's going to serve as their initiation point. Oh, ult active, swing, and you're instantly down. So, yeah, it really, for the response there from KC, the mid-aggression round before, now playing off-site as a unit and canceling out those pieces of utility from G2, that nullified the low buy risk. Now we're back to a full buy. This is where the real trouble is for KC, but we talked about it. They just need to keep putting up a couple rounds. They've already got a lot of groundwork done, just 3 left to play for. And it looks like no sign of that confidence wavering. GX has pushed straight up through.
Is this going to be the same mirror of the other game where it looked like G2 are absolutely fine? They kind of, KC comes back into it and then just takes over. Because like, this time around it should be attack sided, but hey Carcass, what do I think the meta comp on Icebox will be? I don't think there will be a meta comp.
Eventually into position, but they're actually fighting forward. They want to clear this mid spot, and again, they're walking into the crosshair of Glance. This is a play you don't want to be facing off against.
I don't think there will be a meta comp. It will. Some people play Jet, some people play Euro, some people play Waylay, some people play Chamber, some people play Gecko and KO, some people play Sova. Sova and Viper should be the hunt, like almost. Well, actually, Teo exists, so you don't need Sova necessarily 100%. And then Killjoy versus Vice versus Chamber. There's too many. Like, I don't think there will be a stable meta on this map. And I mean, Sage is the big one that I quite like still, even though people seem to not like it. But
the next one, they've got a better
Yeah.
chance. But G2 are calling a timeout before the first half is over, going, damn, they actually might have a chance right now. It's time to go back to the drawing board and see if we
Well,
can
it seems a little
get
clunky.
just a little bit
I
prettier.
think personally,
GX as well.
from
That really is I want to say a mistake. Even finding the opening pick, the fact that the closest player is mid and it's being watched on the rotation.
I know it's weird, but I'd probably think of
G2. And from that point, well, you expect it to be a very difficult round to win.
one of these two, then Viper.
I'll also say as well, like, although I think the...
I don't know. I'd try something like that, but it's not going to be meta. That's going to be very off meta. But I think that's what I would try first.
The ults have sucked. Like, I haven't seen...
Why did Harbor Viper stop being meta on Icebox?
Not really anybody in a position to be forced out of an angle, but like, I feel like this ult is so strong in post plants, and we're just not seeing.
It's a good question.
Now, be that because KC
Viper got a tiny nerf, which makes it you think that like maybe Harbor be more played.
Okay, it may be a low buy, but again, KC want to make sure they get.
I think generally people just realize it wasn't necessary, to be honest with you. Sky nerf, I mean, Sova was played more than Sky with the Harbor on this map, but it was maybe partly to do with the Sky. Sage, Vice, Viper, Tail, Whaler is the one you're gonna try. I mean, it's pretty close to yeah. I do like Yoru on this map, but having no elevation means that the chamber probably becomes you kind of got to play Yoru and chamber properly.
Little bit whiffy, and the price paid could have been huge. KC maintained control, rotation in from glance, not landing the shots.
There's a few things I'd want to try, and I'm not 100% sure.
She's lifted her mouse and reset her elbow. I don't know what's happened, but wow, GX is back online, and 5 rounds connected now for KC as a result.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
It's like she was warming up. The first clip was a warning. The second clip was the delivery. That's all you need to know. She's good enough that she can afford warning shots. I said clip, maybe even half of one. Didn't need the
If you get rid of the Omen in G2's comp and put something better in, like, that's not a bad comp.
Well, they've done it again. 4 rounds in a row. I think 5 rounds on the defense.
What killed the Viper Harbor meta? And should I still do it with my duo and Pearl?
I think they've done an incredible job.
You shouldn't. No, you shouldn't run Harbor in ranked. Harbor in ranked isn't fun.
For Besiktas, she actually was picking up a duelist here and there. Far from her most picked agent, but she's been here before, and I think.
In my opinion, I mean, if you enjoy playing it, then you enjoy playing it. But Japanese GC team.
It's the old days.
That sounds cool.
It also shows how long GX has been around. Lockdown coming into play.
Do you have to live? I presume you just live at home. How does that work? Do you coach on a different time zone? So I was gonna. There was a couple of NA teams that I looked at once, and like one of them meant that I was gonna have to wake up at ludicrous hours to watch stuff, and one of them was just like you could just do it on your own time.
It's not gonna do as much as you'd expect with a lockdown in play. It's gonna force an awkward position for Nello. She might just opt to stick around and try and survive while detained. It's a gamble, but
Bro, your assistant coach is called Senpai. It's funny. Is he American? I guess he's American Japanese for some reason.
Just about get away with that one. I thought the rotation from B was a little bit too late, but she got there just in time.
Was down to the absolute wire. Nonetheless, there is still another half to come to see if this could be the first ever victory for KC versus G2.
The first ever victory for KC versus G2. Fae food, Asian food. If I was the content team, I would not allow that through. It's like Asian food. It's like what? Nello, no, but what the fuck does that mean? I just like European food. Here we go. Here we go. Okay. I knew this was the case, and I was confused why the press release was so private. I guess they just said Doom Bros is the one that should say it. Okay.
And welcome back, folks. We're going into half number 2.
Bro, the health curse for Fnatic is real. Like, I'm surprised I'm alive. Oh, they go to school? Okay. That's pretty good. I'm not alive. That's true. I've been coughing for the past 2 years, so... I got out. I made a good life choice by getting out. I would be dead right now if I was still coaching Fnatic.
Oppressive defensive side yesterday. Came out from the side of G2. Of course, they've had the
That's a
time
nice
to
shot.
watch it, and they are ready and waiting. Petra trying to be sneaky once again.
That was a nice shot. That's a crisp, clean look, boys.
Very much ready and waiting. G2, one player down.
I very rarely care about a nice shot, but that was some honest to God nice shotting.
Quickly sent back in the other direction. They've got their plant. Now all they have to do is hold on. Alki has seen a lot of contact, waiting for the flash, but even still loses the fight. GX in a similar
Vanya.
trading out, keeping the numbers modest.
Oh, the KC Classic's kind of cute.
For another big play with damage done. It's a fraction of health left for Amy and an easy close.
Oh, look at her as well. Safia's just like,
Just can't help herself. But aim
just
for
want
the
the.
head.
Yeah, there we go. Mitch is on it.
For KC, and the comeback is very much on.
None of this body shotting nonsense. None of this fluffy body shotting nonsense. This woke body shotting nonsense.
You can see that KC are more than aware of it. Safia more than prepared for what's going to be coming.
Just
up
don't
against
lick the
her.
doorknobs.
I want to see if that's the theme as well. I think her sort of performance in this second map
It's targeted at this point.
When it came to map one,
I think
but
Colin.
that has
We need
not
to.
continued
What's Colin doing
this
to these
second map
people?
while being on that killjoy. She's been fantastic.
Fantastic.
Now looking back at
It's happened again. G2 had a great start and then they just slowly lose the game.
anything here's going to be rough. They've won the fight at long range versus the Guardian, and then they met the other Guardian. Okay. Well, some stat padding for Safia, as that's an ace.
Not quite sure what's happened here. You know, doing
Isn't
a
that
pretty
Ace
good
suit.
job.
You don't normally get an ace.
Right.
I see you
she
hold
has a-
mid with
She has
a
few
turret.
more bullets, okay, in that weapon than what I use. It's a bigger, it's a lighter.
I played Bind with Mitch before.
But that is the other thing.
One rank game with Mitch, I think, and we played Bind, and he played Chamber with an Odin on defense every round. Went into the hooker TP, and anytime he would put his trip down too, and if they triggered the trip, he would just spam through the TP door, and that was what he did for 12 rounds. I was like, okay. Okay. Did it work? We won. I don't want to say I had 25 kills, but I might have had 25 kills. I don't know how many Mitch had. We were playing. It was a 5 stack. I can't remember.
Still have a better opportunity than if you wait for those rifles to rotate in. Still though, an opportunity.
Have you seen the CN stuff with Vice? What's that?
Solid utility in combination with it, although they've
You
not
mean on
played it
Icebox?
properly. A real opportunity for Alkia still, already finding one.
Is Valorant a good game for content creation?
Missing a beat. Second to a name.
It's not as good as Okay. It's a good game because there's lots of content creators who play this game and it's a fairly diverse audience. It's not good in the sense that like other games have more game modes and sandboxes for you to do dumb shit on. If that makes sense. And you don't have a replay system. So like in Counter-Strike, you could literally make your own maps and like have fun, or go to public servers, or you know. But in CS, it's also just it's a much different audience. It's also a lot easier to make money from content creation in Counter-Strike, because if you want to make money from dodgy betting sites that'll pay you a lot of money, it's a lot easier. The numbers I've heard are ludicrous. Would a replay system give coaches a huge buff? It would make some things very quicker. It would generally raise the skill. I think that I know there's some concerns about like stuff being stolen quicker, but I don't think that it matters that much. The difference between like the radar POV and like the actual POV.
No chance. But the fact is, KC looking like they might have finally found a team.
I know that Boaster doesn't want it because it's like lineups would be easier to steal and stuff. But
and the big thing as well is Sapphire. Sapphire locking down that side of the map is so important. The Outlaws.
Who's that making that noise? What? You can, yeah, you can send me clips.
As you sort of pointed out at the beginning, they were being able to take space and then having that backup. Well, this time, most of the time, they've been shut down. And even when Amy gets a kill, in terms of the round, it's irrelevant.
Oh, you just love to see beautifully thought out setups, and Sapphire had one right there. 20-8, top fragger on the server, and that's when you're looking to say, how is she doing it? And it might not be all thanks to this.
Do you know what's impressive though?
Watching mid with an outlaw, that's really
when you do it. I remember there was because you play a similar role, but Sapphire actually had an alarm bot that was just down like
I do that outside
holding A.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I remember last time we played, most of our team died because you forgot to put that down.
That's sometimes true. Usually it's a belt that my teammates are not watching because they're plums. But I just want you to know. I will say, Sapphire,
I mean, it's
Sapphire forgets to put it down. Success rate than I am, but that just means I need to practice it a little bit more. In every single ranked game.
This is just it's a bonus round. Why is the defense pushing this hard? I don't really. They're just doing a waylay push, I guess, but they're doing it on a gun round versus a bonus. Like TEC are trolling.
It's like a G2 eco round, and that's you never win another round. They just stomp you right
Yeah.
back into the dirt. For KC,
TEC kind of trolling.
Control, come back into it, close it out when it mattered. Big clutches by GX for economic resets. We've got.
I mean, that looks crazy, but.
10 and 10, but so many important moments in the last map going into this one. Obviously, Sapphire has to take the crown. Everything's been working out for KC through hard work and grit. They've gotten to this point, 2 rounds in between them, and it's them with the lead. A big buy, though, for the side of G2. An operator in play, everything invested. This is where we normally see G2 course correct.
Yeah, that was the thing.
The terror drone on this map is for defense.
With that sniper in hand,
Oh.
is on a lot earlier last time around, but this time, lockdown. That's the thing. She's going to be able to go into the corner, but because of where she's placed her TP, there's not really an escape route. We'll just have to fall back out of there completely. Also, Mimi's been caught trying to push up mid. That's the thing. These lurks, these players holding the backline for KC have been doing an amazing job. And now they get the entry as well. Nemo at least will be able to recover. Stop GX flanking. And in fact, Vania's looking to try and garner as much control as possible early.
She should just.
Round, takes a hell of a lot of
I thought Vania would ult there. Oh, that's good discipline from Alkia. I mean, and then she's peeking again, but. Ah? Okay. Don't hear myself. Oh, it doesn't break it anymore, yeah. Would you ever coach a GC team if the salary is competitive? The problem is the salary wouldn't be competitive. It's the,
This is going to be a real struggle to fight back.
Yeah, you're not normally on a losing streak.
I did see, yeah, I did see it for that. Yeah, I mean, I knew about
Like
it.
that, unfortunately.
I knew
5
about it.
rounds in a row. That operator in the hands of
Colin
Samir as
told me.
well.
I don't get information from anyone, but Colin did tell me. What did they do? Doomburrows has health issues, meaning he can't go to Berlin, so he's inactive roster, and they got Scott from BBL to be assistant coach for a little bit. Yeah, it's the coach changes, and they've added a performance coach. Is G2 getting cooked? Yeah, it's just it went the same as Haven, where like G2 looked like very much in control. They like they kind of like veered off at the end of the first half, and then KC used that momentum and just win the second half. Like, it's crazy. Yeah, I mean, I hope Doomburrows is okay too, to be fair. I mean, it's kind of, yeah.
Nobody stepped up, and now a drone that clears out all of A. So the rotations are on. I don't think they're going to get here in time, though. It should just be the one that's around this position, but that one might be enough. Nello,
The Viper ult before planting.
Viper's pick used very early on, and they peek around the back of it. That gives Nello an opportunity that
Yeah, I mean, Mitch had called it right. That's a very early split.
It definitely has a cross section.
Is it true that Am was benched because of kickoff? Why else would he be benched?
Cross section is quickly dissipating, and every single kill going the way of Anasilia.
Well, I mean, he would be benched for both the overall performance, I guess. Like, from last year and kickoff, I guess.
That was a little bit nasty. Even walked into the Viper's pit, back turned to the Viper, and just spun around and took her out.
I think kickoff is, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, these shots were nice. It's weird, like, when teams, like, don't get nervous against G2, G2 do get a bit flustered, it seems, at times. Did Fnatic win both EMEA stages last year? No. Yes. Yes. But who cares? Like, who cares? I mean, it's like, you know, it's a decent achievement, but it's like, when you're Fnatic, it is a bit like, who cares?
But G2 currently struggling to find absolutely everything. We talk about them having those hero players, but the fact
I think Scott would be good.
KC are the ones that are stepping up in this upper bracket match, not wanting to have to play in those elimination games.
Like that, those EMEA trophies were only, I only cared about them in terms of like confidence for the team, really. Like, I think it saved the year being a complete waste of time, I guess. But like our performance at, I mean, we should have beat Genji at fucking Shanghai, but shoulda, woulda, coulda. KC won kickoff. TL won 2023. But again, that was like... Is there a curse of winning EMEA? It's a curse of winning regionals in EMEA, I think.
For G2, they went around, and that's about all we can say. KC, you're right back to winning ways, at least in terms of...
What happened was KC were one of the most prepped and prepped teams going into kickoff. And they had very good, like, micro off-meta comps. And they looked pretty good. And then they lost confidence going to Alan because their team wasn't experienced and they got kind of shit on. And then kind of, it felt like they just like lost confidence after that. KC won 43 scrims in a row going into kickoff. Yeah.
Excuse me? Still manages to get away with one. Not too bad. Amy on the site eliminated as well, though. Safia still thriving, but look at the health. Anasilia
And Safia low, but it doesn't matter. She doesn't give a damn. She doesn't care how low the HP is. Well, it is just falling apart for G2 goes, and GX with another Nello versus the world.
Is your high conversion rate to ranked? No, not really. It's okay. It's not bad. It's not good. It's a bit worse than average, I think. If you're really, I think with those kind of agents, if you're really proficient at them, you can, it's good. But like, if you're not proficient at them, you might as well not play them.
She's integral. She's been so far, but in this round here as well, really just hammering that nail deeper into G2's coffin.
One with a classic, one with the rifle, two with the op. It really is. It's like a perfect hat trick, except she scored 4. And it really was just an absurd round.
Sophia's fucking owning, man.
The killjoy of dreams. And also,
Surprised how low Brim's win rate isn't ranked at. It's just because Clove exists. It's not to do with Brim. Brim is better than Astra and Omen in rank generally, I think, but it's just Clove exists. If Clove didn't exist, I think Brim is the highest win rate smokes player probably. Smokes agent probably.
Surprised us all here today. And G2, this is it. This is match and series point, and look at the investment. Next to nothing but Nello's on the head of Alkia. That's an opening pick for G2. Don't want to overcommit from this point, though.
And it's just such a weak round in terms of weaponry. Still have the lockdown, but getting it to play could be awkward. I don't know if Nello chase. She does, but it doesn't matter. GX with
Bro, the casters are delayed.
nice shot from Amy. They still got some life in them.
I know Tom and Mitch are going to be annoyed by this.
With that after plant in play, it's going to get more difficult. The double swing, but it's only the one. Leaves things with. Well, I did have an advantage, but Safia again with this operator. Now, Anasilia with the rifle. It's left all on to Mimi to clutch this out.
Time ticking, and they don't know where she is, but only a pistol in hand. These shots need to be clean, and Anasilia's been there every time.
That's crazy. It's kind of big, right? I'm a bit worried. I'm a bit worried though. Like, it's nice to see a team do well, but like, I do think that internationally, I get worried if G2 aren't farming regionally. But we have to see. Like, we're still a long way away from champs and stuff, so it's fine for the moment. Stacey are looking good, but I did say G2 not looking as good as before, but early season role changes. We got some time and some copium. With G2 role swapping this year, what goes into determining kind of roles to suit particular players? I'm struggling with what role I fit into, and right now I'm just flexing, but makes me inconsistent. The unfortunate nature of this is that like they've played a lot more Valorant and have a lot more experience knowing what works for them and what at the higher level is like what works, what traits they have to work with different roles and stuff. And it depends if you mean for ranked or for team play.
Let's not forget GX. We just had an interview earlier where she said, "One day I'm gonna beat you, Petra." Well, today's the day.
She's gonna have to do it again in the next one.
KCS Jones just P10 without saying what's the... I mean, we had some pretty bad scrim at Echo, I'm not gonna lie. We had some bad scrim at Echo.
What do you mean they're in the low?
You know, we were tilted because we sometimes would just max money without even asking. Like,
found that out the hard way. KC making it all the way to the grand final with a phenomenal run here. I think everybody
The Crocs weren't even in the sport mode.
And certainly for this to at least go to a third map, but a Paddy's Day miracle for the side of KC. They've beaten G2. Let's see what our analyst desk has to say about that phenomenal matchup.
Thank you so much. We are back here on our analyst desk. Zoe here, joined by Kakuka and Mackin. Guys, they got it done. What an incredible display of resilience. Because G2 was off to a great start on both these maps, and somehow, some way, KC is clawing their way back in time and time again.
I love to see the individual performances, the players being able to have rounds for themselves. I think that throughout the years, we've been given so much credit to the likes of Memea and Petra and how they were setting up their teammates. But the work that Annalisa was doing and Glance today, I am so happy to see this kind of performance. This kind of putting. Not many teams can put G2 in such an uncomfortable position. Not only they get their revenge from group stage and they defeat the only team that had been able to defeat them in this year.
That's pretty good.
Straight to that grand final.
And I feel like I don't even know when the last time G2 got 2-0. That must have been a long time ago. But this was their 4th loss on Icebox out of 41 games played. It's been a while since they last lost it. It was towards the start of last year. And look, I just want to go back to Strong Seven's point as well about his comps are just better. And we were clowning on the comp that KC brought into Icebox here thinking, that ain't going to work. How are they going to make this work? Even the casters were laughing about it when we went in. It's like, well, they're just going to play the old thing. And if it works, it works. And I think Strong Seven has showed everyone
Smart. He do be strong, but he's smarter than he's stronger, apparently.
I think Smart Seven in the name, is just smarter, is just better. His comps, as he said yesterday, are just better. So that's that.
Yeah, I mean, you can have good ideas, but you gotta have the players to execute. And one of those players who executed today is Alkia, who will be joining us for a quick chat after that victory. So goodbye to my desk and welcome in Alkia. Congratulations! You must be elated right now. What's going through your head?
I'm feeling so great because I knew we were gonna win. We had a revenge, of course.
Yeah. Revenge has gotta feel good, and you did it in a great fashion as well. You kept it vanilla on Icebox, and I actually chatted to Petra earlier today, who said the teams who aren't playing the current Teho meta, they're missing out. Clearly,
Have you watched the China region matches? No.
How did you make your comp work here? Run me through the thought process.
So of course we tried Teho and weird stuff, wise or things. And we decided to just play our game on default comp. And it's worked well for us, so I just went with default comp.
Yeah, default comp fundamentals are there. You guys were fragging out, and you guys showed so much resilience on Haven as well. I mean, you started it on a back foot, right? G2 came out swinging, but somehow, some way, you guys came back into it. Can you walk us through the communication, the changes that you felt like needed to be made on Haven heading into that second map in order to win it?
We were doing some mistakes. First of all, about our communication, it was on first 5 rounds, we were so silent, and we managed to fix that ASAP, and we tried to win.
And winning you did.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's that simple.
I mean, it was that simple, yeah.
Yeah, sometimes it just do be like that. Talking about just your individual performance, yesterday,
Alkia seems nice. Like the interview was, there was a little bit of awkwardness, I think, because it's online and stuff. But you could tell that she seems like she'd be a good person to interview generally.
Yesterday I was afraid of doing monkey stuff, and I watched myself, how am I playing, and I tried to fix my mistakes and my communication, of course.
And today you were popping off. It was absolutely.
Her mic needs to. I wouldn't. Her mic needs to be better though.
Now, before I let you go,
it's cutting off.
Because now you guys are in the grand final. That means that you do have a day off, quote unquote off. how will the team be using this extra day to their advantage?
Thoughts on Fnatic not getting Doom Bros? That he's ill, bro.
To be honest, playing
I
ranked,
mean, honestly, stay locked in.
tracks a lot.
Right
Yeah,
on.
nothing more. Maybe we can just hang out, playing card
Yeah,
games.
oh yeah, you guys are currently boot camping. How has that been
Yeah.
like?
Sorry.
How has the boot camp been like for you and the team?
First we were having some difficult things about the bootcamp with communication. Now we can just hear each other, and
Oh,
we
my mic
couldn't
is so shit.
at first. But we fixed it. So it was so hard to just adapt here, and also it's a new place for me, like Paris, you know. And yeah, we
That's one of the nice things about boot camping. Is like when we boot camped in London,
Well,
neither
it shows on
Magnum
the
nor
7.
Doma or
Philip is
even
there
Durka had
with
really been
topics
outside of their
firing on all
countries.
cylinders. It's been so much fun
Yeah.
to watch you.
And
Best
like
of
going
luck
to
in the grand
London for
finals,
like
once
Doma
again,
Magnum, I think was like
congratulations.
crazy
you
to
so
them.
much.
Maybe even Durka, because they were like from like very
And that's
quiet places. I
Alia
think.
from KC. Yeah, I mean,
What's going on,
honestly,
GC Lost?
same as
Yeah. I
for
can't tell
the
you much
coaching
more.
interview
Casey didn't look scared
question.
to take
Some
duels
maps
against them,
be
and then
better.
G2 looked a bit nervous.
I
Like
mean, it is
G2
true
went
that
up quite
sometimes
heavy on
what you
both
need
maps,
is
and
to
then just
trust yourself
lost
and
at
not
the
be afraid
end
to
of
take
the
on
first
duels,
half, and
because
then just
you go into
momentum
a
went
server and
Casey's
you're
way,
like,
and just
okay, we're playing against what's potentially the best team in the region. Am I like, you just think to yourself, and this is one of the reasons why I could never compete, because this
which
thought
aspect of the
would
game did each of the
overrule every
Fnatic
single
core
thing that might come into play.
shine
I'd be
in?
like, oh my god, I'm playing against this person who's going to absolutely
Leo had a
destroy me.
great
That was what
understanding
brought,
for
the confidence in
intuitive understanding for timings,
I understand that she mentions the communication because of her background and being in Turkish teams.
and like read on the game. I guess read on the game. Chronicles
I
aspect.
just got one more thing as well before we wrap
It's
things
very
up
good
here.
at
I
like
just wanna,
a lot of micro
compliment
stuff.
Althea. We did say that she
Boaster
had a
was very
rough day yesterday and
creative.
today coming in, especially on Raven, having a stellar performance. And even though she didn't
Durka.
brag for the team there, she was right in the middle on the scoreboard. Managed to get 5 first kills, I believe.
What's
over the
Durka's
top of,
strength?
Zanya, who we thought was going to
He's
go
a lot of
crazy
strengths,
with the
obviously,
op,
but
we got none of that at all. The first time she got the op, got completely nullified, and yeah, that was just
confidence.
I couldn't agree
Alpha
more.
aim.
It's so easy to get into your head after a performance that, you know, might not.
Alma had good like
whatever you want to call it,
coaching leadership
so did
vibes.
the rest of the team. They
In terms of game stuff,
in our grand final. That's one match done. We do have one more to go though. We're heading into a quick break, and when we come back, we got the elimination match in our lower bracket semifinals
Alma's
between Giant
strengths?
and SK Nebula for you. Don't want to miss it. See you on the other side.
Not sure. I haven't worked with that many people, so it's hard to really know. One sec. What's she doing?
But I saw the questions in front of the letting agent, and like the letting agent was just shooting me daggers because I was basically just shitting on the flat.
As you should.
Agents.
Right, we're raiding Panzer because I need to go. Right, so thank you everyone for coming. Where am I? Where's my chat? Thank you everyone for coming. I need to go. Tomorrow I'm going to be visiting my sister, so I won't be here. She lives like 4 hours away. So I won't be around tomorrow. But I'll be back on Wednesday. And then I should be able to do Wednesday, Thursday, and then Friday I got a meeting. I don't know what time. Wednesday, Thursday I need to stream because I need to do work for Friday basically at least. Because I think there's a meeting on Friday. Anyway, right. So I'll raid Pansy. Is it just Pansy? Yeah. Right. Catch you guys in a bit. If you guys want to watch GC, then obviously go fucking watch GC. I just rated Pansy because she's playing games. She doesn't usually play games.
See ya. See ya. Yo, Minnie, appreciate it.
Thank you. Oh, it's really awkward because Michael's here. I do have one.
I was gonna say sorry. What did you just say? You're getting me on for a DayZ server that doesn't have guns.
No, it does have guns. It does. It does. It definitely does. I've got a gun. I've got a gun.
Open your inventory right now.
Yeah, it's in my bloody hands.